The owl arrived on a Tuesday morning, just as Vernon Dursley was reaching for his second piece of toast and mentally calculating how many hours remained until he could lock himself away in his home office. The bird perched on the kitchen windowsill with the kind of arrogant confidence that immediately set Vernon's teeth on edge, its amber eyes fixed on the smallest member of the Dursley household with an intensity that made the boy look up from his meagre breakfast of cold cereal. Harry Potter had been expecting something like this for weeks now, ever since the strange incidents had begun happening with increasing frequency around Privet Drive. Books falling open to specific pages when he walked past them in the library, street lamps flickering in patterns that seemed almost like Morse code, and most recently, the incident with Mrs. Figg's cats that had somehow arranged themselves in a perfect circle around her garden gate. He had been documenting these occurrences in a notebook he kept hidden beneath his loose floorboard, approaching the mystery with the methodical precision of someone who had learned early that survival depended on observation and preparation. The envelope was thick, cream-colored parchment that felt substantial between his fingers, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The specificity of the address made something cold settle in Harry's stomach. Whoever had sent this knew exactly where he slept, knew about the deliberate humiliation of his living arrangements, and had chosen to acknowledge it rather than pretend otherwise. This was either a very good sign or a very bad one. Vernon snatched the letter before Harry could break the wax seal, his face cycling through several shades of purple as he examined the envelope. Petunia, ever attuned to her husband's moods, abandoned her attempts to coax Dudley into eating something that wasn't pure sugar, and hurried to peer over Vernon's shoulder. The sharp intake of breath she drew told Harry everything he needed to know about her recognition of whatever symbols adorned the letter. "They know about you," Harry realized, watching his aunt's face drain of color. "They know what you are, and they have been waiting." For someone who had spent the better part of 11 years being told he was a burden, a freak, and an unwanted complication in the otherwise normal life of the Dursley family, this revelation should have been terrifying. Instead, Harry found himself calculating distances to the door, cataloguing potential escape routes, and wondering what exactly these mysterious letter-writers wanted from him. The boy who had learned to plan 3 moves ahead in every interaction with his relatives was already working through scenarios and their likely outcomes. Vernon began tearing the envelope into smaller and smaller pieces, his movements becoming increasingly frantic as more owls appeared at windows throughout the house. Dozens of them, then hundreds, each carrying identical envelopes that somehow found their way inside, despite his uncle's increasingly desperate attempts to block every opening. The letters came through keyholes, down chimneys, tucked inside egg cartons and milk bottles, until the kitchen floor was ankle-deep in cream parchment and emerald ink. The absurdity of the situation might have been amusing, if not for the growing panic in his relatives' voices and the dawning realization that someone with considerable resources was very determined to contact him. Harry managed to snatch one envelope during the chaos, slipping it inside his oversized shirt, while Vernon shouted about invasions of privacy, and Petunia began making hysterical phone calls to anyone who might help them escape this supernatural postal service. By evening, they were driving through a thunderstorm toward a destination Vernon refused to name, Dudley whimpering in the back seat about missing his television programs, while Petunia clutched her handbag with white knuckles. The rock in the middle of the sea turned out to be a hut that smelled of fish and regret, furnished with a single room, and the kind of isolation that suggested this was not the first time Vernon had needed to hide from something. Harry waited until his relatives were asleep, listening to Vernon's snores and Dudley's unconscious mumbling about ice cream, before retrieving the letter from its hiding place. The wax seal bore a coat of arms, featuring a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger, arranged around a large letter H, and when he broke it open, the parchment inside rustled with the weight of authority and expectation. "Mr. Potter," the letter began, and something about seeing his name, written with such formality, made his chest tighten with an emotion he could not immediately identify. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." The list that followed was extensive and expensive, featuring items like cauldrons and telescopes, and something called a remembrall. But it was the casual mention of awaiting his owl that made Harry set the letter down and stare out at the storm-lashed sea. They expected him to respond using a method of communication he had never used, to a school he had never heard of, for an education in subjects that supposedly did not exist. The assumptions embedded in that simple phrase revealed a world that operated according to rules he didn't understand, populated by people who took those rules for granted. More troubling still was the date mentioned for his response. July 31st was his birthday, a detail that had never mattered to anyone in his entire life. Yet somehow these strangers knew it and considered it significant enough to use as a deadline. The coincidence felt deliberate, like a key designed to fit a lock he had not known existed. Harry had spent enough years observing the Dursley family dynamics to recognize manipulation when he saw it. The overwhelming display of magical postal service, the specific mention of his sleeping arrangements, the birthday deadline, all of it felt carefully orchestrated to create a sense of inevitability. Someone wanted him to feel special, chosen, grateful for rescue from his current circumstances. Someone wanted him to say yes, without asking the right questions. "Where have you been for the past 11 years?" was the first question that occurred to him. If magic was real, if there were schools and governments and entire communities of people like him, why had he been left with relatives who despised him? Why had no one checked on his welfare, ensured his safety, or even bothered to tell him the truth about his heritage until now? The second question was more practical. What do they want from me in return? Harry had learned early that nothing came without a price, that generosity was usually selfishness wearing a prettier mask, and that adults who offered special treatment invariably expected special cooperation in return. These mysterious, magical people had let him suffer through 11 years of neglect and abuse, and now they wanted him to be grateful for their attention. The timing suggested urgency, as if something had changed that made his cooperation suddenly valuable. Rather than feeling chosen or special, Harry found himself wondering what they needed him for, that they could not accomplish without him. The storm continued through the night, and with it came more questions that the letter did not answer. What kind of education was offered at this school, and how did it compare to other options? What were the qualifications and motivations of the staff? What happened to students who chose not to attend, and why was that option not mentioned in the letter? Most importantly, who had decided that he belonged there, and what gave them the authority to make that determination? By morning, Harry had made his decision, though not the one his mysterious correspondents had expected. He would not be attending Hogwarts, at least not until he had answers to questions they seemed determined not to ask. If magic was real, if there were communities and schools and governments built around it, then there were also choices they did not want him to know about. As you listen to this story, perhaps you are wondering where you would be watching from if you had been in Harry's position, discovering a world of magic and possibilities beyond your wildest imagination. I am curious to know where you are experiencing this tale, whether you are somewhere cozy and familiar, or perhaps somewhere as remote as that storm-lashed hut where Harry made his fateful decision. Take a moment to let me know in the comments where you are joining us for this journey into an alternative magical world. The giant arrived the next morning, just as Harry was preparing to suggest they return to Little Whinging so he could begin his own research into magical education. The man was enormous, easily 8 feet tall and nearly as wide, with wild black hair and a beard that could have housed several small animals. He introduced himself as Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and spoke with the kind of casual familiarity that suggested he expected to be welcomed as an old friend. Vernon, displaying a courage born of desperation and several hours of mounting panic, attempted to block Hagrid's entry into the hut. The giant brushed past him with the gentle dismissiveness of someone accustomed to dealing with obstacles much larger than one terrified suburbanite, and settled himself onto the rickety sofa with a sigh that suggested he had been travelling for some time. "Right then, Harry," Hagrid said, his beetle-black eyes crinkling with what appeared to be genuine warmth. "Sorry about that business with the letters, but we had to be sure you got your Hogwarts letter somehow. Terrible thing, keeping you from your rightful place all these years, but that's all going to change now. Got your things packed, have you?" The assumption that Harry would simply pack his belongings and follow a stranger to an unknown destination without question was so breathtakingly arrogant that Harry found himself momentarily speechless. When he recovered his voice, it was to ask the question that had been troubling him since he first read the letter. "Where have you been for the past 11 years?" Hagrid blinked, clearly not expecting this particular line of inquiry. "Well, been at Hogwarts, of course. Got to mind the grounds, look after the creatures, help with the students when they arrive each September. Busy place, Hogwarts is." That was not what Harry had meant, and they both knew it. He tried a more direct approach. "I meant, where have all of you been while I was living in a cupboard under the stairs? If there is this entire magical world, this school, this community of people who supposedly care about children like me, why did no one ever check to see if I was safe, or healthy, or even alive?" The question hung in the air between them like a challenge, and Harry watched with growing unease as Hagrid's expression shifted from surprise to discomfort to something that looked very much like shame. The giant cleared his throat several times, adjusted his massive hands on his knees, and finally mumbled something about orders and proper placement and things being complicated. "Whose orders?" Harry pressed, sensing weakness in the deflection. "Well, Dumbledore's, of course," Hagrid said, as if this should explain everything. "Professor Dumbledore he is. Headmaster of Hogwarts, greatest wizard alive, some say. He made all the arrangements after your parents died. Made sure you were safe with your relatives." Harry stared at him. "Safe? You think I was safe here?" The disbelief in his voice seemed to penetrate Hagrid's cheerful certainty for the first time. The giant looked around the cramped hut, taking in the meagre furnishings, the storm damage, the obvious signs that this was not a family enjoying a pleasant holiday, but people in hiding. His eyes settled on Harry, really looking at him for the first time, cataloguing the too small clothes, the sharp angles of malnutrition, the wariness that no 11-year-old should carry in his posture. "You have been safe, haven't you, Harry?" Hagrid asked, his voice suddenly uncertain. "Your aunt and uncle, they have been taking proper care of you?" Harry could have lied. It would have been easier, certainly, and it would have avoided the conversation that was clearly making Hagrid uncomfortable. But 11 years of careful observation had taught him that adults were most revealing when they were off balance, most likely to tell the truth when their assumptions were challenged. "They told me my parents died in a car crash," Harry said quietly. "They told me I was a burden they took on out of charity. They told me that the strange things that happened around me were signs that I was a freak who would probably end up in prison or an asylum. They gave me a cupboard to sleep in and expected me to be grateful for it." He watched Hagrid's face cycle through shock, horror, and anger, and knew that whatever else might be true about this giant of a man, he had genuinely not known about Harry's circumstances. The realization was both comforting and deeply troubling, because it suggested that either no one had bothered to check on Harry's welfare, or someone had actively concealed the truth from those who might have intervened. "Car crash," Hagrid whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. "They told you your parents died in a car crash?" The way he said it made it clear that this was not true, which raised yet another question about who had decided Harry should grow up ignorant of his own history. Harry nodded, watching carefully as Hagrid struggled with what appeared to be a profound moral crisis. "Your parents were murdered, Harry," Hagrid said finally. "By the darkest wizard in 100 years, a man called Voldemort. They died protecting you, died heroes fighting against evil, and you survived something that should have killed you. That is why you are famous in our world, why every witch and wizard knows your name. You are the boy who lived, the one who defeated you-know-who when you were just a baby." The information hit Harry like a physical blow, not because it was shocking, but because it made too much sense. Of course, his parents had not died in a mundane car accident. Of course, there was more to his story than the Dursleys had been willing to share. Of course, his survival had marked him as significant in ways that would make his ignorance both valuable and dangerous to those who preferred to control the narrative. "And Professor Dumbledore knew this when he placed me with the Dursleys?" Harry asked. Hagrid nodded reluctantly, said it was for the best, said your aunt's blood would protect you, said you needed to grow up away from the fame and attention so you could have a normal childhood. Harry almost laughed at the irony. A normal childhood. As if there was anything normal about being raised by people who despised you for qualities you could not control, being told you were worthless and freakish, being denied basic information about your own identity and heritage. As if ignorance was a gift rather than a weapon used to keep him compliant and grateful. "And what happens if I decide not to go to Hogwarts?" Harry asked. The question clearly stunned Hagrid. Not go to Hogwarts? But Harry, you have to go to Hogwarts. You are a wizard. You belong in the magical world. Where else would you get your education? How else would you learn to control your powers? There was a desperation in Hagrid's voice that suggested Harry's cooperation was more important than the giant was willing to admit. The repeated emphasis on belonging and necessity felt like manipulation, designed to make Harry feel that he had no real choice in the matter. "Are there other schools?" Harry asked. "Other places where someone like me could learn magic?" Hagrid's hesitation was answer enough. "Well, there are other schools, of course. Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, some smaller places for special circumstances. But Harry, Hogwarts is the best school in Britain, maybe in all of Europe. Why would you want to go anywhere else?" The question revealed assumptions that Harry found troubling. Why should geography determine his education? Why should he automatically prefer a school simply because it was located in the country of his birth? Most importantly, why was Hagrid so determined to convince him that he had no alternatives worth considering? "I would like to research my options," Harry said carefully. "I would like to understand what kind of education each school offers, what their philosophies and methods are, what their graduates go on to accomplish. I would like to make an informed decision about something as important as my magical education." Hagrid looked at him, as if he had announced his intention to take up residence on the moon. "You want to research magical schools? But Harry, you are 11 years old. Children your age do not make these kinds of decisions for themselves. Professor Dumbledore has already arranged everything for you. Your place at Hogwarts has been waiting since the day you were born. And there it was, the assumption that had been lurking beneath every interaction since the letters began arriving. Harry was expected to be grateful, compliant, and trusting. He was expected to follow where he was led without asking inconvenient questions about motives or alternatives. He was expected to accept that others were better qualified to make decisions about his life than he was. The boy who had learned to survive by thinking 3 moves ahead was not inclined to surrender that advantage now, especially not to people who had demonstrated such questionable judgment in his care thus far. "I want to see my parents' will," Harry said, the words coming out with more confidence than he felt. "I want to know what they wanted for my education, whether they specified anything about where I should go to school or who should make decisions about my upbringing. I want to understand my legal situation and my financial circumstances before I make any commitments to anyone." Hagrid opened and closed his mouth several times, clearly struggling with concepts that were apparently foreign to his worldview. Legal situation? Financial circumstances? Harry, you are just a boy. These are not things you need to worry about. I have been worrying about them for 11 years, Harry replied quietly. I have been wondering why I was placed with relatives who despise magic, why no one ever checked on my welfare, why I was kept ignorant of my own heritage until it became convenient to reveal it. I think I have earned the right to some answers before I trust my future to people who have made such questionable decisions about my past. The conversation continued for another hour, with Hagrid becoming increasingly frustrated by Harry's refusal to simply pack his belongings and follow instructions. The giant tried everything from emotional manipulation to veiled threats, suggesting that Harry would be lost without proper magical education, that he would be in danger from dark wizards seeking revenge, that he would never fit into the mundane world once his powers began manifesting more strongly. None of it worked, because Harry had already experienced the worst that ignorance and powerlessness could offer. He had lived for 11 years as a victim of other people's decisions, and he was not willing to continue in that role simply because his guardians now wore robes instead of business suits. When Hagrid finally left, promising to return with Professor McGonagall, or perhaps even Professor Dumbledore himself, Harry felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration that reminded him of standing at the edge of a cliff. He had just refused the only offer of rescue he had ever received, turned away from what might be his only chance to escape the Dursleys and find people who understood his unusual abilities. He had also, for the first time in his life, insisted on his right to make his own choices about his own future. The boy who had survived 11 years of neglect and abuse by being careful, observant, and strategic was about to embark on the most dangerous plan he had ever conceived. He was going to research his alternatives, understand his options, and choose his own path forward. He was going to find out what kind of wizard he wanted to become, rather than accepting what others expected him to be. As he watched Hagrid's enormous form disappear into the morning mist, Harry Potter began planning his escape from more than just the Dursleys. He began planning his escape from a magical world that seemed determined to control his story before he had even learned to write it himself. The first step would be returning to Little Whinging and the public library, where he would begin the research that would change everything. The second step would be learning enough about the magical world to navigate it safely on his own terms. The third step would be choosing an education that served his interests rather than someone else's agenda. What Harry could not have known, standing in that storm-battered hut with his acceptance letter crumpled in his pocket and his future spreading out before him like an unwritten book, was that his decision to ask questions instead of following instructions would set off a chain of events that would reshape not just his own life, but the entire structure of magical education in Britain. He could not have known that his refusal to be grateful and compliant would inspire other young witches and wizards to examine their own assumptions about authority and tradition. He could not have known that his insistence on informed choice would reveal cracks in a system that depended on ignorance and compliance to maintain its power. All he knew was that for the first time in his life, someone had offered him a choice, and he had chosen to choose rather than simply accept what others decided for him. It was, as it turned out, the most dangerous and transformative decision he could have made. The transformation of Harry Potter from a student seeking educational freedom into a leader coordinating international resistance against dark magical forces began during the autumn of his second year at Beauxbatons, when intelligence reports from magical law enforcement agencies throughout Europe confirmed that the dark wizard who had murdered his parents was not only active again, but was systematically targeting the international magical cooperation that had made Harry's educational and legal victories possible. The threat was not simply personal, though Harry's liberation from artificial prophetic manipulation had clearly eliminated whatever advantage the dark wizard had hoped to maintain through controlling Harry's development and choices. More significantly, the international networks of magical scholars and legal authorities that had been strengthened through Harry's case represented exactly the kind of cross-border cooperation that authoritarian magical movements sought to destroy in order to maintain their power through isolation and fear, rather than facing the challenges of genuine intellectual and moral competition. Madame Maxime's response to these emerging threats reflected both her personal commitment to protecting her students and her institutional understanding that educational freedom and international cooperation were inseparable from broader questions of magical society's fundamental values and political structures. Her decision to convene an international conference of magical educators and law enforcement professionals was presented as an academic symposium on protective magic and international security, but its true purpose was to coordinate defensive preparations against threats that transcended national boundaries and traditional institutional jurisdictions. The conference, held at Beauxbatons during the October break when students would be traveling to visit families or pursuing independent research projects, attracted magical authorities from across Europe and beyond, who recognized that the emerging threats required collaborative responses that no single magical government or educational institution could provide effectively. The participants included not only headmasters and professors from major magical schools, but also senior officials from magical law enforcement agencies, international magical legal authorities, and diplomatic representatives from magical communities that had been developing cooperative relationships for decades. Harry's role in this gathering was carefully designed to balance his unique knowledge and capabilities with appropriate recognition of his continuing status as a student who was still developing his magical abilities and understanding of complex political situations. He was not expected to serve as a military commander or political leader, but rather as an informed participant whose experiences with magical manipulation and international cooperation could contribute to strategic planning, while he also continued his own education and development. The intelligence briefings that opened the conference revealed the scope and sophistication of the threats facing international magical communities, threats that extended far beyond the activities of any individual dark wizard to encompass systematic efforts to undermine the legal frameworks, educational institutions, and cooperative relationships that had been developing between magical communities throughout the 20th century. Professor Antonin Dolohov from the Prague Institute for Magical Defense presented analysis showing that dark magical organizations were actively recruiting followers through appeals to magical nationalism and institutional traditionalism, targeting young wizards who felt alienated from international educational and professional opportunities, while also exploiting economic and social tensions within magical communities that had been isolated from broader European integration. Dr. Fleur Delacour from the Lyon Center for International Magical Relations contributed research documenting systematic efforts to infiltrate and corrupt magical government institutions using combinations of magical coercion, financial manipulation, and political pressure to place sympathetic authorities in positions where they could obstruct international cooperation while also suppressing information about alternatives to authoritarian magical governance. Most concerning was the evidence presented by Professor Eric Karkaroff from the Stockholm Academy for Magical Law that dark magical forces were developing techniques for magical population control that combined traditional coercive methods with sophisticated psychological manipulation designed to convince magical communities that isolation and submission to authoritarian authority were preferable to the challenges and uncertainties of international cooperation and democratic self-governance. The strategic planning sessions that followed these briefings revealed both the complexity of developing effective responses to such multifaceted threats and the advantages that international cooperation could provide for communities that chose to work together, rather than attempting to address these challenges through purely national or institutional responses. Hermione's participation in these discussions reflected her evolution from an academically gifted student to a serious contributor to international magical scholarship, whose analytical capabilities were recognized and valued by professional authorities from multiple countries. Her mathematical modeling of magical conflict dynamics provided tools for predicting the likely effectiveness of different defensive strategies, while also identifying vulnerabilities in authoritarian magical organizations that could be exploited through coordinated international action. Her collaboration with Dr. Victor Krum from the Sofia Institute for Magical Strategy produced computational models that demonstrated how international magical cooperation could create defensive advantages that were mathematically impossible for isolated magical communities to achieve, regardless of their individual strength or resources. The research provided quantitative justification for cooperative strategies, while also offering specific guidance for optimizing the allocation of resources and personnel among allied magical institutions. The defensive preparations that emerged from the conference planning sessions reflected both the immediate security needs of participating institutions and the longer-term strategic goal of strengthening international magical cooperation in ways that would make future threats more difficult to organize and less likely to succeed. The approach emphasized building robust networks of communication and mutual support, rather than simply developing military capabilities for direct confrontation with dark magical forces. Harry's training program, designed collaboratively by military magical specialists from France, Germany, and Spain, focused on developing his capabilities as a coordinator and communicator, rather than simply as an individual combatant. His months of experience with international magical cooperation and his demonstrated ability to work effectively with magical authorities from different cultural and institutional backgrounds made him particularly valuable as a liaison between different allied groups who might otherwise struggle to coordinate their efforts effectively. The advanced defensive magic techniques he studied went far beyond what any individual magical school could provide, drawing upon centuries of magical military experience from across Europe, while also incorporating recent innovations in protective magic that had been developed through international research collaboration. His instructors included not only Beauxbatons faculty members, but also visiting experts whose knowledge of practical magical combat and strategic planning had been developed through professional experience rather than purely academic study. Professor Jean-Baptiste Grindelwald, a distant relative of the notorious Dark Wizard, but himself a respected expert in counter-dark magic techniques, provided instruction in detecting and defending against magical manipulation methods that dark magical organizations used to recruit followers and control populations. His teaching emphasized understanding the psychological and social vulnerabilities that authoritarian movements exploited, rather than simply learning to counter specific magical techniques. Captain Marie Dubois from the French magical military provided tactical training that focused on small unit coordination and communication under stress, skills that would be essential for organizing resistance activities, while also contributing to larger strategic objectives developed by allied magical authorities. Her approach emphasized adaptability and improvisation rather than rigid adherence to predetermined plans that might become obsolete as circumstances changed. Dr. Heinrich Zimmermann from the German International Magical Security Service contributed expertise in magical intelligence gathering and analysis, teaching Harry methods for collecting and evaluating information about dark magical activities, while also maintaining operational security that would protect allied networks from infiltration and betrayal. The practical exercises that accompanied this theoretical instruction took place in simulated environments that replicated the conditions Harry and his allies might face when confronting organized dark magical forces, providing opportunities to test techniques and strategies under realistic stress without exposing participants to genuine danger. The scenarios were designed collaboratively by magical military experts from multiple countries, ensuring that the training reflected diverse approaches to magical combat and strategic planning, rather than simply reproducing the methods used by any single national magical military organization. Hermione's parallel training focused on her role as a strategic analyst and coordinator for intelligence operations that would support the broader defensive efforts being planned by allied magical authorities. Her mathematical expertise made her particularly valuable for analyzing communications intercepts, and operational intelligence in ways that revealed patterns and vulnerabilities that more conventional analysis methods might miss. Her work with international magical intelligence services provided her with practical experience in collaborative analysis techniques, while also contributing to operational planning that would influence how allied magical forces responded to emerging threats. The responsibilities were significant for someone still completing her formal magical education, but her demonstrated capabilities and the urgent nature of the threats facing international magical communities justified including her in professional operations that would normally be restricted to graduates with years of additional training and experience. The intelligence networks that were established through these collaborative efforts provided early warning systems that allowed allied magical communities to identify and respond to dark magical activities before they could achieve their strategic objectives, while also creating opportunities for proactive operations that disrupted dark magical planning and recruitment efforts. The approach emphasized preventing conflicts rather than simply winning them after they began, reducing both the human costs of resistance and the political disruption that prolonged magical conflicts could create. Sirius Black's integration into these defensive preparations provided crucial intelligence about dark magical organization methods and personnel that had been gathered during his years of wrongful imprisonment, when he had been able to observe and analyze the behavior patterns of genuine dark magical practitioners without being suspected of espionage activities. His knowledge complemented the more academic understanding that other participants brought to strategic planning, providing practical insights into how dark magical movements actually operated rather than how theoretical analysis suggested they should function. His relationship with Harry also provided personal stability and emotional support that allowed Harry to maintain his academic commitments while also participating in resistance activities that might otherwise have overwhelmed someone still developing his magical capabilities and understanding of complex political situations. The balance between educational development and practical contribution was carefully maintained to ensure that Harry's participation in defensive preparations enhanced rather than compromised his long-term academic and personal development. The coordination efforts that Harry helped to facilitate between different allied magical institutions revealed both the potential advantages and the practical challenges of international magical cooperation in high-stress situations where cultural differences and institutional traditions could create misunderstandings that compromised operational effectiveness. His experience as a student who had successfully navigated multiple magical education systems provided him with unique insights into how different magical communities approached problem-solving and decision-making, knowledge that proved invaluable for facilitating communication between groups that might otherwise struggle to work together effectively. The communication networks that were established through these coordination efforts created unprecedented levels of information sharing and strategic cooperation between magical institutions that had previously operated largely independently, even when they shared common values and objectives. The results included not only improved defensive capabilities, but also advances in magical research and education that would benefit participating communities, regardless of the outcome of immediate security threats. The student exchange programs that were expanded as part of these defensive preparations served multiple strategic purposes, providing cover for intelligence operations and personnel movements, while also strengthening the international relationships that formed the foundation of Allied cooperation. Students from magical schools throughout Europe spent semesters at partner institutions, ostensibly pursuing specialized academic programs, but actually contributing to intelligence gathering and analysis efforts that supported broader defensive planning. Harry and Hermione's roles in coordinating these exchange programs drew upon their experience as international students, while also utilizing their analytical capabilities and language skills for operational purposes that served both educational and security objectives. Their work demonstrated how academic cooperation and defensive preparation could be integrated in ways that strengthened both educational institutions and security capabilities without compromising the intellectual freedom and international perspective that made magical education valuable for individual students and society as a whole. The other Hogwarts students who had followed Harry's example by transferring to international magical schools proved to be valuable contributors to these defensive efforts, bringing diverse perspectives and capabilities that enhanced the overall effectiveness of Allied operations, while also demonstrating the practical benefits of international magical education for addressing complex challenges that transcended national boundaries and traditional institutional jurisdictions. Neville Longbottom's transfer to a specialized herbology program in Italy had given him expertise in magical plants and their applications that proved crucial for developing defensive techniques that used environmental magic rather than direct magical confrontation. His work contributed to strategic planning that emphasized using natural magical forces and geographical advantages rather than simply attempting to match dark magical organizations in terms of raw destructive capability. Dean Thomas's studies at a magical arts academy in Spain had provided him with knowledge of magical symbols and communication techniques that were essential for coordinating resistance activities across linguistic and cultural boundaries, while maintaining operational security that prevented dark magical forces from intercepting and decoding alliance communications. The collaborative research projects that emerged from these defensive preparations produced advances in magical theory and practical applications that exceeded what any individual institution could have achieved working independently, demonstrating that international cooperation created intellectual and practical advantages that extended far beyond immediate security concerns to encompass fundamental improvements in magical knowledge and capability. The defensive network that was constructed through these collaborative efforts represented a new model for international magical cooperation that emphasized shared values and mutual support rather than traditional approaches to magical diplomacy that focused primarily on managing conflicts and competing interests between different magical communities. The approach created stronger and more sustainable relationships that could address not only immediate security threats, but also longer-term challenges related to magical education, economic cooperation, and social development. As the autumn semester progressed and defensive preparations intensified, Harry found himself balancing academic responsibilities that remained intellectually demanding and personally rewarding with operational duties that required increasing amounts of time and attention, while also presenting psychological challenges that tested his emotional resilience and moral convictions. The combination was demanding, but also deeply satisfying, providing opportunities to apply his academic knowledge to practical problems that mattered for the safety and welfare of magical communities throughout Europe. His correspondence with friends and allies throughout the international magical community revealed the extent to which his individual educational choices had contributed to broader social and political developments that were reshaping how magical societies understood the relationships between individual freedom, educational quality, and collective security. The precedents established by his legal victories and academic achievements were being applied to new situations and challenges in ways that continued to expand opportunities for other young witches and wizards, while also strengthening the cooperative relationships that made effective resistance to authoritarian threats possible. The boy who had once been told that his options were limited by circumstances beyond his control had become a coordinator for international efforts that were actively expanding options and opportunities for magical communities that chose cooperation over isolation, education over ignorance, and democratic self-governance over authoritarian control. His journey from educational refugee to resistance coordinator demonstrated that individual choices about education and personal development could have profound implications for broader social and political developments when those choices were based on principles of excellence, cooperation, and moral conviction rather than tradition, convenience, and institutional compliance. The revolution in magical education that had begun with Harry's refusal to accept inadequate opportunities had evolved into a comprehensive transformation of international magical relations that would protect educational freedom, individual rights, and cooperative governance for generations of young witches and wizards who would benefit from the precedents and institutions that had been established through his courage and determination to pursue excellence rather than accepting limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what he deserved. The confrontation that would determine the future of international magical cooperation came not through careful planning or strategic preparation, but as an emergency response to intelligence reports that reached the Allied magical authorities during the spring break of Harry's second year at Beauxbatons. The dark wizard who had murdered Harry's parents had apparently grown frustrated with his inability to manipulate Harry through artificial prophetic connections and had chosen to launch a direct assault against the international magical institutions that had provided Harry with educational freedom and legal protection. The target was not simply Beauxbatons Academy, though the school's role in coordinating international resistance efforts made it a symbolic and practical objective for dark magical forces seeking to destroy cooperative relationships between European magical communities. More significantly, the attack was planned to coincide with the International Conference on Magical Education Reform that was being hosted at the Chateau, bringing together educational leaders, government officials, and legal authorities from across Europe who represented exactly the kind of international cooperation that authoritarian magical movements sought to eliminate. The intelligence came through channels that had been established during the autumn defensive preparations, when magical law enforcement agencies had coordinated their surveillance and analysis capabilities to monitor dark magical activities across national boundaries. The precision and detail of the information suggested infiltration of dark magical planning at high levels, but also indicated that the planned attack was imminent and would involve magical forces and techniques that exceeded anything the dark wizard had previously attempted. Madame Maxime's response reflected both her institutional responsibility for protecting conference participants and students, and her strategic understanding that this confrontation represented a crucial test of whether international magical cooperation could effectively defend itself against organized threats designed to destroy collaborative governance and educational freedom. Her decision to maintain the conference schedule while implementing comprehensive defensive measures demonstrated confidence in Allied capabilities, while also ensuring that the confrontation would take place under conditions that maximized international support for defensive efforts. The defensive preparations that were implemented in the days leading up to the planned attack drew upon months of collaborative planning, while also adapting to specific intelligence about the magical techniques and personnel that would be deployed against the chateau and its inhabitants. The approach emphasized layered protection that combined advanced magical wards with tactical flexibility that would allow defenders to respond effectively to unexpected developments while maintaining communication and coordination between different defensive units. Harry's role in these preparations reflected his evolution from protected student to active participant in resistance operations, but within carefully defined parameters that recognized both his unique capabilities and his continuing need for educational development and personal safety. His primary responsibility was coordinating communication between different defensive teams, utilizing his linguistic skills and international relationships to ensure that Allied forces could maintain effective cooperation under the stress of actual magical combat. The advanced defensive magic techniques he had been studying proved crucial for establishing and maintaining the communication networks that would be essential for coordinated resistance, while his understanding of dark magical manipulation methods helped Allied forces identify and counter psychological warfare techniques that were designed to create confusion and panic among defenders who had not previously experienced organized magical assault. Hermione's contribution focused on her expertise in magical mathematical analysis, providing real-time assessment of magical energy patterns and defensive effectiveness that allowed commanders to optimize resource allocation and tactical adjustments as circumstances changed during the confrontation. Her workstation in the secure command center, established in Beauxbatons' most heavily protected areas, gave her access to information from all defensive positions, while also allowing her to provide analytical support that enhanced decision-making at all levels of the defensive organization. The international character of the defensive forces represented a practical demonstration of the cooperative relationships that had been developing through educational and legal collaboration with magical military units from France, Germany, Spain, Italy, and other European countries working together according to tactical protocols that had been developed through joint training exercises during the preceding months. The coordination was unprecedented in European magical history, reflecting both the severity of the threats and the strength of the alliances that had been forged through shared commitment to democratic governance and international cooperation. The attack, when it finally came, exceeded even the most pessimistic intelligence estimates in terms of both the magical forces involved and the sophistication of the tactical approaches employed by dark magical forces. The Dark Wizard had apparently been recruiting and training followers throughout Europe, drawing upon magical communities that felt isolated from international cooperation, while also exploiting economic and social tensions that existed within magical societies that had not adapted successfully to changing political and technological circumstances. The initial assault focused on overwhelming the outer magical defenses of the chateau through coordinated attacks that targeted specific vulnerabilities in the protective ward systems, while simultaneous diversionary operations attempted to draw defensive forces away from critical positions and create opportunities for infiltration by specialized magical units trained in assassination and sabotage techniques. The defensive response demonstrated both the effectiveness of international cooperation and the advantages that coordinated preparation could provide against even well-organized threats. The layered defensive systems that had been established absorbed the initial magical assault while providing defenders with accurate information about attack patterns and enemy capabilities, allowing tactical adjustments that maximized the effectiveness of available resources while minimizing casualties among both defenders and conference participants. Harry's coordination of defensive communications proved crucial during the first phase of the confrontation, when simultaneous attacks on multiple positions threatened to overwhelm individual commanders who were managing both immediate tactical challenges and broader strategic responsibilities. His ability to maintain clear communication between different defensive units allowed rapid redeployment of resources to address emerging threats, while also ensuring that overall defensive strategy remained coherent, despite the chaos and confusion that inevitably accompanied magical combat. The advanced magical techniques he employed drew upon both his theoretical understanding of international magical cooperation and his practical experience with cross-cultural communication, creating magical communication networks that transcended language barriers and cultural differences while maintaining security against magical interception and manipulation by hostile forces. Hermione's real-time analysis of magical combat patterns revealed tactical opportunities that might otherwise have been missed by commanders who were focused on immediate threats rather than broader strategic developments. Her mathematical modeling of magical energy flows and defensive effectiveness provided crucial guidance for resource allocation decisions that maximized defensive advantages while also identifying vulnerabilities in enemy attack patterns that could be exploited through coordinated counterattacks. The turning point in the confrontation came when intelligence reports confirmed that the Dark Wizard himself was approaching Beauxbatons with a personal guard of his most experienced followers. Apparently confident that the initial assault had weakened defensive capabilities sufficiently to allow him to achieve his primary objective of destroying the international conference and eliminating key figures in European magical cooperation. The revelation that the Dark Wizard was attempting to use the same artificial prophetic manipulation techniques that had previously been employed against Harry, but now directed against the entire gathered conference, provided crucial insights into his strategic objectives and tactical methods. His approach was not simply military conquest, but rather magical domination that would eliminate the intellectual and moral independence that made international cooperation possible, replacing collaborative governance with authoritarian control based on fear and magical coercion. Harry's response to this intelligence reflected both his personal understanding of prophetic manipulation and his broader commitment to protecting the educational and legal freedoms that had made his own development possible. His decision to participate directly in confronting the Dark Wizard was not based on artificial compulsion or institutional expectations, but rather on freely chosen moral convictions that aligned with his academic values and personal relationships. The confrontation itself took place not in isolation, as traditional magical dueling customs might have suggested, but rather within the broader context of international magical cooperation that had defined Harry's education and development. He faced the Dark Wizard as part of a coordinated effort that included Hermione's analytical support, Sirius Black's tactical expertise, international magical law enforcement officials, and faculty members from magical institutions throughout Europe. The magical techniques employed by both sides reflected fundamental philosophical differences about the nature of magical power and its appropriate applications. The Dark Wizard's approach emphasized individual dominance and magical coercion, attempting to overwhelm opponents through superior force while also using psychological manipulation to create fear and submission among potential resistance. The Allied response emphasized collaborative magic that amplified individual capabilities through cooperative effort, drawing upon diverse magical traditions and theoretical approaches that created advantages unavailable to any single magical practitioner, regardless of their individual power or training. The approach reflected both practical tactical considerations and deeper philosophical commitments to democratic governance and educational freedom that had motivated international cooperation efforts. Harry's specific contribution to the collaborative magical effort drew upon all aspects of his education and development at Beauxbatons, combining theoretical knowledge of elemental and ecological magic with practical experience in international communication and cooperation. His magical techniques were not simply individual applications of power, but rather facilitative methods that enhanced the effectiveness of Allied efforts, while also providing protection against dark magical manipulation and coercion. The removal of artificial prophetic bindings that had been accomplished during the previous summer proved crucial to his effectiveness during the confrontation, allowing him to employ magical techniques and strategic thinking that were based on genuine understanding and moral conviction rather than external compulsion or manipulation. His magical signature, freed from artificial constraints, resonated with protective magic that his mother had developed and implemented, creating defensive advantages that the Dark Wizard had not anticipated when planning his assault. Hermione's support during the magical confrontation demonstrated the practical applications of her mathematical approach to magical theory, providing real-time analysis and optimization guidance that enhanced the effectiveness of collaborative magical techniques while also identifying vulnerabilities in dark magical attacks that could be exploited through precisely coordinated responses. Sirius Black's participation brought practical knowledge of dark magical techniques and organizational methods that had been gained during his years of wrongful imprisonment, when he had been able to observe genuine dark magical practitioners without being suspected of intelligence gathering. His tactical guidance proved invaluable for anticipating and countering attack patterns, while also providing emotional support that allowed Harry to maintain focus and effectiveness under extreme stress. The international magical law enforcement officials who participated in the confrontation brought professional experience and institutional resources that individual magical practitioners could not provide, including specialized protective equipment, advanced communication systems, and tactical coordination protocols that had been developed through decades of professional magical security operations. The faculty members from multiple magical institutions contributed diverse magical traditions and theoretical approaches that created tactical flexibility and strategic depth unavailable to forces that relied upon single cultural or institutional approaches to magical combat. Their collaborative effort demonstrated the practical advantages of international magical education, while also validating the educational philosophies that had attracted Harry and Hermione to pursue study outside traditional British magical institutions. The climactic moment of the confrontation came when the Dark Wizard attempted to employ the killing curse that had murdered Harry's parents, but found that his magical technique was ineffective against defensive magic that combined Harry's liberated magical heritage with collaborative protective techniques provided by his international allies. The failure of the attack revealed both the limitations of individual magical dominance and the advantages that cooperative effort could provide for defending against authoritarian threats. The counterattack that followed was not simply Harry's individual response, but rather a coordinated effort that utilized magical techniques from multiple European traditions, amplified through collaborative casting methods that had been developed through international magical research and guided by strategic analysis that drew upon diverse cultural and institutional perspectives on magical conflict resolution. The result was not the destruction of the Dark Wizard, which would have perpetuated cycles of violence and revenge that had characterized previous magical conflicts, but rather his magical incapacitation and capture through techniques that preserved his life while eliminating his ability to continue threatening international magical cooperation and educational freedom. The advanced French healing magic that was immediately applied to treat both defenders and attackers who had been injured during the confrontation demonstrated practical applications of international magical cooperation that extended beyond military considerations to encompass humanitarian concerns and long-term community welfare. The international magical law enforcement protocols that were implemented for processing captured dark magical practitioners, ensured that legal procedures would be conducted according to standards that respected individual rights while also protecting community safety, creating precedents for international magical justice that would influence future approaches to magical law enforcement and conflict resolution. The broader implications of the successful defense extended far beyond the immediate safety of conference participants and Beauxbatons students to encompass fundamental questions about the future of magical governance and international cooperation. The demonstration that collaborative defensive efforts could effectively protect democratic institutions and educational freedom against organized authoritarian threats provided crucial validation for political and social developments that had been initiated through Harry's individual educational choices. The conference proceedings that resumed after the confrontation reflected both relief at the successful defense and determination to strengthen international cooperation in ways that would prevent future threats, while also expanding opportunities for educational exchange and scholarly collaboration. The discussions that followed addressed not only immediate security concerns, but also longer-term strategies for promoting democratic governance and individual freedom within magical communities throughout Europe and beyond. Harry's participation in these discussions reflected his evolution from educational refugee to recognized contributor to international magical policy, though his primary focus remained on completing his education at Beauxbatons while also developing the knowledge and capabilities that would allow him to continue contributing to international cooperation efforts throughout his career. The recognition he received for his role in defending the conference was significant but carefully balanced with acknowledgement of the collaborative nature of the successful defense and the continuing importance of educational development over celebrity or political prominence. The approach reflected both personal wisdom and institutional understanding that sustainable social change required broad participation and long-term commitment rather than dependence on individual heroics or charismatic leadership. The British ministry's forced acknowledgement of international magical oversight represented a crucial political development that would influence magical governance throughout the British Isles for generations to come, creating legal frameworks that protected individual rights and educational freedom, while also ensuring that British magical institutions could not operate in isolation from broader European standards for democratic governance and international cooperation. The boy who had once been told that his destiny was determined by ancient prophecies and institutional arrangements beyond his control had demonstrated that such limitations existed primarily in the assumptions of adults who preferred control to freedom and tradition to innovation. His confrontation with the Dark Wizard had been conducted not as an isolated individual fulfilling artificial prophecies, but as a participant in international efforts to protect collaborative governance and educational excellence from authoritarian threats. The victory belonged not to any individual hero, but to the international magical community that had chosen cooperation over isolation, education over ignorance, and democratic governance over authoritarian control. Harry's contribution had been crucial, but it was the collaborative nature of the effort that had made success possible and sustainable. The transformation of European magical education that followed the successful defense of Beauxbatons and the capture of the dark wizard who had threatened international cooperation reached its culmination 4 years later, when Harry Potter and Hermione Granger graduated from their advanced programs with honors that reflected not only their individual academic achievements, but also their contributions to fundamental changes in how magical societies understood the relationship between education, individual rights, and collective welfare. The graduation ceremony itself was conducted as an international celebration that brought together representatives from magical institutions throughout Europe and beyond, demonstrating the global impact of educational reforms that had been initiated through one boy's refusal to accept limitations imposed by institutional tradition and governmental convenience. The ceremony was conducted in multiple languages and incorporated customs from diverse magical traditions, reflecting the international perspective that had become central to advanced magical education throughout the continent. Harry's academic record at Beauxbatons included not only exceptional performance in traditional magical subjects, but also original research contributions that had influenced international magical law, defensive magic theory, and cooperative magical techniques that were being adopted by magical institutions throughout the world. His thesis on collaborative magical defense had been published in academic journals and was being used as a reference text for professional magical law enforcement training programs in multiple countries. More significantly, his practical experience in coordinating international magical cooperation during defensive operations had provided him with knowledge and capabilities that were highly valued by magical institutions seeking to strengthen their collaborative relationships while also improving their ability to respond effectively to threats that transcended national boundaries and traditional institutional jurisdictions. Hermione's parallel achievements reflected her evolution from an academically gifted student to a recognized expert in magical mathematical analysis whose research had contributed to advances in theoretical magic, practical applications, and international cooperation protocols that were transforming how magical institutions approached complex problems requiring precision, analysis, and coordination between diverse groups with different backgrounds and capabilities. Her thesis on mathematical optimization of collaborative magical techniques had established new standards for magical efficiency and effectiveness that were being implemented by magical institutions throughout Europe, while her work on international magical communication systems had created technological foundations that would support cooperative efforts for decades to come. The career opportunities that were available to both graduates reflected the transformation in international magical employment that had resulted from the expansion of cooperative relationships and the recognition that complex challenges required diverse perspectives and collaborative approaches rather than simply individual expertise or national specialization. Harry's decision to accept a position with the newly established International Magical Law Enforcement Cooperation Office represented both personal fulfillment and professional contribution to institutional development that would benefit magical communities throughout the world. The organization had been created in direct response to the international cooperation that had been necessary for addressing the threats posed by dark magical organizations, and it represented a permanent commitment to collaborative approaches to magical security and law enforcement. His role would involve coordinating investigations and operations that crossed national boundaries, while also developing protocols and training programs that would enable magical law enforcement agencies from different countries to work together effectively, despite differences in legal systems, cultural traditions, and institutional approaches to magical security and public safety. Hermione's choice to pursue advanced study in international magical educational policy at the newly established European Institute for Magical Education Reform reflected her commitment to ensuring that the educational freedoms and opportunities that had been won through their individual cases would be preserved and expanded for future generations of magical students throughout the world. Her graduate research would focus on developing legal and institutional frameworks that protected student rights while also promoting educational excellence and international cooperation, creating systematic approaches to magical education that would prevent the kind of institutional manipulation and governmental overreach that had characterized their own early experiences with magical education systems. The European Institute itself represented one of the most significant institutional innovations that had emerged from the educational reform movement that Harry and Hermione had helped to initiate. The Institute brought together educational researchers, policy analysts, and legal experts from across the continent to develop evidence-based approaches to magical education that prioritized student welfare and academic excellence over institutional convenience and traditional expectations. The international magical education exchange programs that had been expanded and formalized during their years at Beauxbatons were now permanent features of magical education throughout Europe, providing thousands of students each year with opportunities to pursue specialized academic programs, develop international relationships, and contribute to cross-cultural understanding and cooperation that strengthened magical communities throughout the continent. The impact of these programs extended far beyond individual educational benefits to encompass broader social and political developments that were transforming how magical societies understood their relationships with neighboring communities and their responsibilities for promoting international cooperation and mutual understanding, rather than isolation and competition. The legal precedents that had been established through Harry's case were being applied to new situations and challenges throughout Europe and beyond, creating a body of international magical law that protected individual rights and educational freedom while also establishing frameworks for cooperative governance and conflict resolution that served as models for magical communities throughout the world. The British magical education reforms that had been forced by international pressure and competitive disadvantage were now being studied as examples of how institutional change could be achieved through external pressure combined with internal advocacy from students, parents, and progressive educators who demanded better educational opportunities and more democratic institutional governance. Hogwarts School had implemented significant changes in its academic programming, student rights policies, and international cooperation initiatives, though these improvements remained limited compared to the comprehensive reforms that had been achieved at institutions that had embraced international cooperation and educational excellence from the beginning, rather than adapting to external pressure. The ongoing correspondence between Harry, Hermione, and their former Hogwarts classmates revealed both the positive changes that had been achieved within British magical education and the continuing limitations that resulted from institutional resistance to fundamental reform and democratic governance. Students at Hogwarts now had more academic choices and better international opportunities, but they continued to face restrictions and expectations that would be unacceptable at institutions that truly prioritized student welfare and educational excellence. Neville Longbottom's successful completion of his specialized magical botany program in Italy had led to his appointment as a junior researcher with the International Magical Agriculture Cooperation Project, where his expertise in magical plants and ecological systems was contributing to sustainable agricultural development programs that were improving food security and environmental protection in magical communities throughout the developing world. Dean Thomas's artistic and communication skills, developed through his studies in Spain, had made him a valued contributor to international magical cultural exchange programs that were breaking down barriers between different magical traditions while also preserving and celebrating the diversity that made magical culture rich and vibrant. The broader network of students who had followed Harry's example by pursuing international educational opportunities had created a generation of young magical practitioners whose perspectives and capabilities transcended national boundaries and traditional institutional limitations, providing leadership for continued development of international magical cooperation and democratic governance. The Potter-Granger Foundation for International Magical Education, established with resources from Harry's inheritance and contributions from supporters throughout the international magical community, was providing scholarships and research grants that enabled talented students from all economic backgrounds to pursue international educational opportunities while also supporting research into educational methods and policies that promoted both academic excellence and democratic values. The Foundation's work was already influencing educational policy and practice throughout Europe and beyond, creating systematic approaches to identifying and supporting academic talent, while also developing institutional frameworks that protected student rights and promoted international cooperation rather than competition and isolation. Dumbledore's removal from his positions of authority within British magical education and government represented both personal accountability for his manipulation of Harry and other students, and institutional recognition that educational leadership required genuine commitment to student welfare rather than simply administrative authority and traditional respectability. The investigation into his activities had revealed a pattern of manipulation and control that extended far beyond Harry's case to encompass systematic efforts to limit student choices and international opportunities in order to maintain institutional authority and traditional power structures that served adult convenience rather than student development and community welfare. His replacement by educators who were committed to international cooperation and student rights had initiated gradual but significant improvements in British magical education, though the institutional culture and traditional expectations that had enabled his manipulation would require decades of sustained effort to overcome completely. The prophecy that had supposedly bound Harry to conflict with dark magical forces was officially declared null and void by international magical legal authorities, recognizing that artificial manipulation had created false magical connections that violated both individual rights and natural magical principles. The ruling established important precedents for protecting magical children from prophetic manipulation, while also clarifying the legal and ethical standards that governed legitimate magical prophecy and its interpretation by institutional authorities who claimed special knowledge or authority over individual destinies and life choices. Most importantly, the legal recognition that Harry's connection to dark magical forces had been artificially created and maintained validated his decision to pursue educational independence rather than accepting arrangements that had been justified through claims about prophetic inevitability and institutional necessity. The final resolution of Sirius Black's legal status included not only official exoneration and compensation for his wrongful imprisonment, but also recognition of his rights as Harry's legitimate magical guardian and his authority to make decisions about Harry's welfare and education that had been usurped by institutional authorities who lacked proper legal justification for their actions. His relationship with Harry had evolved from desperate reunion to mature family connection based on mutual respect and shared values rather than simply biological relationships or legal obligations. Their partnership represented a model for magical family relationships that prioritized individual development and moral convictions over traditional expectations and institutional convenience. The international magical legal frameworks that had been developed to address their case were now being applied to protect other magical children from guardianship manipulation and educational control, creating systematic protections for family rights and student welfare that would prevent future cases of institutional overreach and governmental abuse. The wedding of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, which took place during the summer following their graduation from Beauxbatons, was celebrated as both personal happiness and symbolic representation of the international cooperation and partnership that had transformed magical education and governance throughout Europe. The ceremony was conducted according to magical traditions from multiple cultures, reflecting their international education and their commitment to building relationships that transcended national boundaries and traditional limitations. The celebration brought together friends, colleagues and mentors from throughout Europe and beyond, demonstrating the global network of relationships that had been created through their educational choices and professional commitments. More significantly, their partnership represented a model for personal relationships based on intellectual equality, shared values, and mutual support for individual development and achievement rather than traditional gender roles or social expectations that limited personal growth and professional contribution. The new beginning that their marriage represented was both personal and political, symbolizing the transformation of magical society that had been achieved through their individual choices to pursue educational excellence and international cooperation rather than accepting limitations imposed by institutional tradition and governmental convenience. Their honeymoon journey to magical communities throughout Europe and beyond provided opportunities to visit educational institutions, research centers, and cultural sites that had been influenced by the international cooperation they had helped to initiate, while also allowing them to develop personal relationships with magical practitioners whose work was contributing to continued advancement of international cooperation and democratic governance. The visit to Hogwarts that concluded their journey represented both personal closure and professional assessment of the changes that had been achieved in British magical education through the external pressure and internal advocacy that their educational choices had initiated. The school that had once represented everything they had rejected in traditional magical education had been transformed through international oversight and competitive pressure into an institution that, while still limited by traditional expectations and institutional inertia, now offered students significantly more academic choices, international opportunities, and rights protections than had been available during their own consideration of British magical education. The conversations with current Hogwarts students revealed both appreciation for the improvements that had been achieved and awareness of the continuing limitations that resulted from institutional resistance to fundamental reform and democratic governance. Students were grateful for the expanded opportunities that were now available to them, but they also understood that their choices remained more restricted than those available to students at institutions that had embraced international cooperation and educational excellence from the beginning. The consultation services that Harry and Hermione provided to Hogwarts administration represented both professional contribution to educational improvement and personal satisfaction at being able to influence positive changes in institutions that had once represented obstacles to their own development and achievement. Their recommendations focused on further expansion of international exchange opportunities, increased student participation in educational policy decisions, and development of research programs that would connect Hogwarts to the international magical academic community in ways that would benefit both the school and its students, while also contributing to broader advancement of magical knowledge and international cooperation. The legacy of their educational revolution was evident not only in the institutional changes that had been achieved throughout European magical education, but also in the personal development and professional achievements of the generation of students who had benefited from the expanded opportunities and protections that had been established through their advocacy and legal victories. Young witches and wizards throughout Europe were now pursuing educational and career paths that had been unimaginable before the establishment of international cooperation, frameworks, and legal protections for student rights, creating a generation of magical practitioners whose capabilities and perspectives transcended traditional limitations and national boundaries. The research projects, professional collaborations, and cultural exchanges that were now routine features of magical life throughout Europe represented practical applications of the principles of international cooperation and educational excellence that Harry and Hermione had advocated through their individual choices to pursue academic freedom rather than accepting institutional limitations. Most importantly, the precedents they had established were being applied to new challenges and opportunities that required international cooperation and democratic governance, ensuring that the transformation they had initiated would continue to influence magical society for generations to come. The boy who had once slept in a cupboard under the stairs and been told that his options were limited by circumstances beyond his control, had become a leader in international magical cooperation, whose educational choices had transformed not only his own life, but the opportunities available to magical students throughout the world. The girl who had once worried about fitting into a magical world that seemed designed for others had become an expert in educational policy, whose research and advocacy were ensuring that magical education would serve individual development and community welfare, rather than simply maintaining traditional expectations and institutional convenience. Their partnership had demonstrated that individual choices about education and personal development could have profound implications for broader social and political transformation when those choices were based on principles of excellence, cooperation, and moral conviction rather than tradition, convenience, and institutional compliance. The revolution in magical education that had begun with one child's refusal to accept inadequate opportunities had evolved into a comprehensive transformation of magical society that protected individual rights, promoted international cooperation, and advanced democratic governance in ways that would benefit magical communities throughout the world for generations to come. The future they had created through their determination to pursue educational excellence and international cooperation, rather than accepting limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what they deserved, represented hope and inspiration for young people throughout the magical world who were now free to choose their own educational paths and create their own opportunities for achievement and contribution. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had not only achieved their personal goals of educational freedom and professional fulfillment, but had also created institutional frameworks and legal protections that would ensure that future generations of magical students would have access to the same opportunities for excellence and cooperation that had transformed their own lives and the broader magical world. The public library in Little Whinging had never seen a patron quite like Harry Potter. Most 11-year-olds who wandered through its doors were there under duress, dragged by well-meaning parents or desperate teachers seeking supplementary materials for struggling students. Harry, however, approached the reference section with the focused intensity of a scholar embarking on the most important research project of his academic career. Which, as it happened, was exactly what he was doing. The morning after his confrontation with Hagrid, Harry had slipped out of Privet Drive before the Dursleys could recover from their night of terror sufficiently to impose new restrictions on his movements. Vernon was still muttering darkly about government conspiracies, and Petunia kept jumping at every unexpected sound, convinced that more owls would descend upon them at any moment. Dudley had barricaded himself in his room with several bags of sweets and was refusing to come out until someone could guarantee that no more freakish birds would attempt to deliver mail to their house. Harry had left them to their panic and made his way to the one place in Little Whinging where information was freely available to anyone with the patience to look for it. The head librarian, Mrs. Hopkins, had grown accustomed to his presence over the years, recognizing him as one of those rare children who genuinely enjoyed learning for its own sake, rather than viewing education as an obstacle to be endured. This morning, however, Harry's research needs were unlike anything he had attempted before. He could hardly approach the reference desk and ask for materials about magical schools and international wizarding education systems. Instead, he would need to be clever, methodical, and creative in his approach to gathering information that was supposedly hidden from the mundane world. His first breakthrough came in the most unlikely of places. While browsing through a collection of European travel guides, ostensibly researching potential vacation destinations for a school project, Harry discovered a peculiar entry in a guidebook covering the French Pyrenees. The author mentioned, almost in passing, a mysterious chateau in the mountains that local folklore claimed appeared and disappeared according to seasonal patterns that defied meteorological explanation. The chateau, according to the guidebook, was said to house a prestigious academy that attracted students from across Europe, though no official records of such an institution existed in any government database. Local residents spoke of seeing young people in distinctive blue silk robes during certain times of year, always accompanied by adults who carried themselves with an air of academic authority that suggested advanced education in specialized fields. Most tellingly, the guidebook noted that the chateau was rumored to be named Beauxbatons, though again, no official records could confirm the existence of such a place. Harry stared at the page, his heart racing with the kind of excitement that came from finding a piece of a puzzle that suddenly made other pieces fall into place. Beauxbatons. The name had a lyrical quality that suggested French origins, and the description of blue silk robes and seasonal appearances sounded very much like the kind of magical concealment that would be necessary for a wizarding school operating in the mundane world. Armed with this crucial piece of information, Harry began a more focused search through historical and educational references. What he discovered over the next several hours painted a picture of magical education that was far more complex and international than Hagrid had suggested. In a comparative education textbook, he found references to alternative pedagogical approaches that emphasized theoretical foundations over practical application, programs that lasted 6 years instead of the traditional 5, and institutions that prided themselves on academic excellence rather than national tradition. While these references were carefully worded to avoid explicit mention of magic, they clearly described educational philosophies that differed significantly from what little Harry knew about Hogwarts. A book on European cultural traditions mentioned festivals and celebrations that occurred at times of year that corresponded to ancient magical holidays, gatherings where young people demonstrated skills that defied conventional explanation, and communities that maintained practices dating back centuries despite the pressures of modernization. Again, the language was circumspect, but the implications were clear to someone who knew what to look for. Most revealing of all was a biography of Nicolas Flamel, the famous alchemist, which mentioned his association with an educational institution in the French Pyrenees, where he and his wife, Perenelle, had studied and later taught advanced theoretical magic. The book described Beauxbatons Academy as a center of learning that attracted the brightest minds from across Europe, a place where intellectual achievement was valued above social connections or political influence. According to the biography, Beauxbatons had been founded on principles of academic excellence and international cooperation, welcoming students regardless of their national origin or family background. The school was described as progressive in its approach to magical education, emphasizing understanding of underlying principles rather than rote memorization of spells and procedures. What struck Harry most forcefully about these descriptions was how different they sounded from the educational philosophy that Hagrid had implied at Hogwarts. Where Hogwarts seemed to prioritize tradition and house loyalty, Beauxbatons appeared to value intellectual curiosity and individual achievement. Where Hogwarts was described as a specifically British institution with distinctly British values, Beauxbatons was portrayed as truly international, drawing students from multiple countries and cultures. For someone who had spent his entire life being told that his options were limited, that his circumstances were unchangeable, that he should be grateful for whatever opportunities others chose to provide, the discovery of alternatives was intoxicating. Harry found himself imagining what it might be like to attend a school where academic achievement was celebrated rather than punished, where curiosity was encouraged rather than discouraged, where he might be judged on his abilities rather than his willingness to conform to someone else's expectations. The more he read about international magical education, the more questions arose about why Hagrid had been so determined to convince him that Hogwarts was his only viable option. Why had no one mentioned that other schools existed? Why had no one suggested that he might benefit from learning about different educational philosophies before making such an important decision? Why had everyone assumed that geography should determine his education rather than his academic interests and goals? Harry was beginning to suspect that his ignorance about alternatives had been carefully maintained rather than accidentally overlooked. His research into his own family history proved equally illuminating, though in ways that raised more questions than they answered. Using genealogical resources and historical records, Harry was able to trace the Potter family lineage back several generations, discovering that his ancestors had been involved in international magical relations and cross-cultural educational exchanges. Most intriguingly, he found references to a Lily Evans Potter who had been recognized for outstanding theoretical research in defensive magic, work that had been published in international magical journals and cited by scholars from multiple countries. The description of her research suggested someone with a sophisticated understanding of magical theory that went far beyond what would be expected from a typical Hogwarts graduate. One reference, buried in a footnote of an academic paper on protective enchantments, mentioned that Lily Potter had corresponded extensively with scholars at Beauxbatons Academy during the development of her most innovative defensive techniques. The implication was that she had either studied there herself or had maintained professional relationships with faculty members who had influenced her approach to magical theory. If his mother had been connected to Beauxbatons, if she had valued the kind of international perspective and theoretical rigor that the school represented, then Harry's interest in alternatives was not rebelliousness, but rather an attempt to honor her educational values and intellectual legacy. The discovery that his mother might have preferred him to receive a more internationally minded education than Hogwarts could provide added a new dimension to his growing suspicions about the motives behind his placement with the Dursleys and his expected enrollment at the British school. Had Dumbledore's arrangements deliberately cut him off not just from magical society in general, but from specific educational opportunities that his parents might have chosen for him? By the time Harry left the library that afternoon, he had accumulated enough information to begin formulating a concrete plan. Beauxbatons Academy represented everything that Hogwarts, as described by Hagrid, did not. Where Hogwarts emphasized house rivalry and traditional British magical practices, Beauxbatons promoted intellectual collaboration and international magical perspectives. Where Hogwarts seemed to value compliance and acceptance of authority, Beauxbatons appeared to encourage critical thinking and academic innovation. Most importantly, Beauxbatons accepted international students and offered financial assistance to qualified applicants regardless of their family background or national origin. According to the materials Harry had found, the school actively sought out talented young witches and wizards from across Europe, providing them with educational opportunities that their home countries might not be able to offer. The application process, however, would require careful planning and considerable preparation. Unlike Hogwarts, which apparently sent acceptance letters to students without requiring any demonstration of academic readiness or genuine interest, Beauxbatons expected prospective students to submit detailed applications, including academic transcripts, letters of recommendation, and essays written in French, demonstrating their understanding of magical theory and their commitment to international magical cooperation. Harry would need to learn French, and not just conversational French, but academic French, capable of expressing complex theoretical concepts. He would need to find adults willing to provide letters of recommendation, despite his lack of any formal magical education. Most challenging of all, he would need to demonstrate knowledge of magical theory sufficient to convince the admissions committee that he was prepared for advanced study, despite having learned about magic only days earlier. The task ahead of him was daunting, but Harry had been overcoming impossible challenges his entire life. He had learned to navigate the social dynamics of primary school, despite being deliberately isolated by his relatives. He had taught himself to read advanced materials and conduct independent research, despite having no encouragement from adults who supposedly cared about his education. He had survived 11 years of psychological manipulation and emotional neglect while maintaining his sanity and sense of moral purpose. Learning French and magical theory in time to submit a competitive application to Beauxbatons would simply be the next impossible challenge to overcome, the next barrier between him and the life he was determined to create for himself. That evening, as he sat in his cupboard under the stairs listening to Vernon lecture Petunia about the importance of maintaining their normal routine despite the previous day's supernatural intrusions, Harry began planning his educational rebellion in earnest. He would need language learning materials, books on magical theory, and most importantly, he would need time away from Privet Drive to pursue his studies without interference from his relatives. The Dursleys, still traumatized by their encounter with the magical postal service and desperate to return to their illusion of normalcy, were unlikely to monitor his activities closely as long as he avoided doing anything that reminded them of his freakish abilities. This meant he would have considerable freedom to pursue his research as long as he was discreet about his intentions and careful about his methods. Harry's first priority would be mastering French language skills. The library had extensive language learning resources, including audio materials that would help him develop proper pronunciation and conversational fluency. He estimated that with dedicated daily practice, he could achieve basic, functional competency within several months, though achieving the academic fluency necessary for university-level writing would require more intensive effort. His second priority would be developing a foundational understanding of magical theory. This would be more challenging, given that most magical texts were presumably restricted to magical communities, but Harry had already demonstrated considerable skill at finding hidden information through careful cross-referencing and creative research approaches. If magical concepts had influenced mundane fields like alchemy, astronomy, and herbalism, then he should be able to piece together basic theoretical frameworks by studying those related disciplines. Most importantly, Harry would need to identify potential advocates within the magical community who could provide letters of recommendation and guidance through the application process. This would require making contact with magical authorities who were not aligned with Dumbledore's agenda, a prospect that was both exciting and terrifying for someone who had learned to distrust adult authority figures. As he lay in his narrow bed that night, listening to the familiar sounds of the Dursley household settling into sleep, Harry felt a mixture of anticipation and determination that reminded him of standing at the starting line of a race he had trained months to run. The challenge ahead of him was enormous, the odds against success were substantial, and the consequences of failure could be devastating. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was running towards something he had chosen, rather than away from something that had been imposed upon him. He was pursuing an education that aligned with his values and interests, rather than accepting whatever others decided he deserved. He was taking control of his own future, rather than allowing others to determine his path based on their convenience or their assumptions about what was appropriate for someone in his circumstances. The boy who had survived 11 years of systematic emotional abuse by becoming observant, strategic, and self-reliant was about to embark on the most ambitious project of his young life. He was going to earn his way into the finest magical school in Europe through merit, determination, and intellectual achievement, rather than through fame, expectation, or someone else's manipulation of circumstances beyond his control. What Harry could not have anticipated was how profoundly his decision to pursue academic excellence over social convenience would challenge not just his own assumptions about what was possible, but the assumptions of an entire magical community that had become comfortable with limiting young people's choices in the name of tradition and stability. He could not have known that his research into alternatives would inspire other young witches and wizards to question whether the educational paths that had been chosen for them truly served their individual needs and interests. He could not have known that his insistence on academic rigor and international perspective would expose weaknesses in the British magical education system that some people preferred to keep hidden. All he knew was that somewhere in the French Pyrenees there was a school where intellectual curiosity was valued more highly than family connections, where academic achievement mattered more than social compliance, where young people were encouraged to think for themselves rather than simply follow instructions handed down by previous generations. Harry Potter was determined to earn his place in that community of scholars, no matter how much effort it required or how many powerful people preferred that he remain ignorant and grateful for whatever educational crumbs they chose to offer him. The revolution in magical education had begun, though none of the adults who thought they controlled such things had any idea that their carefully maintained system of institutional authority was about to be challenged by an 11-year-old boy with access to a public library and an absolute refusal to accept limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what he deserved. Tomorrow would bring the beginning of the most intensive educational preparation any prospective magical student had ever undertaken without formal instruction or institutional support. Tomorrow would mark the start of Harry Potter's campaign to prove that merit and determination could overcome tradition and expectation. Tomorrow, the boy who had been told his entire life that his options were limited would begin the process of expanding those options through sheer force of will and intellectual achievement. The future, for the first time in Harry's experience, felt like something he could influence, rather than something that would simply happen to him, regardless of his preferences or efforts. It was a feeling worth fighting for, worth risking everything to preserve, worth the enormous challenges that lay ahead. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry Potter was already dreaming in what he hoped would someday be fluent French, already imagining himself walking through the halls of a chateau where knowledge was power and curiosity was celebrated rather than punished. The dream felt less like fantasy and more like destiny, less like wishful thinking, and more like a goal he was absolutely determined to achieve, regardless of who tried to convince him it was impossible. In the morning, his real education would finally begin. The second week of Harry's intensive research into magical education brought an unexpected complication in the form of another 11-year-old who had apparently discovered the same obscure corner of the little whinging public library that Harry had claimed as his unofficial headquarters. She was seated at the table Harry had begun thinking of as his own, surrounded by an impressive collection of books that suggested research interests far more sophisticated than those of most children their age. Harry paused in the doorway of the reference section, studying this potential threat to his carefully maintained secrecy. The girl appeared to be about his age, with bushy brown hair that defied conventional styling and an intensity of focus that reminded Harry uncomfortably of his own approach to problem-solving. She was taking notes in a careful, precise handwriting, while cross-referencing multiple sources simultaneously, a research methodology that suggested both natural intelligence and formal training in academic techniques. Most concerning of all, several of the books scattered around her workspace bore titles that Harry recognized from his own investigations. European Educational Systems. A comparative analysis lay open beside her notebook, while Medieval Alchemy and Modern Science was marked with numerous bookmarks indicating extensive study. A French-English dictionary occupied prime real estate on the table, suggesting that she, like Harry, was pursuing language skills that went far beyond the standard curriculum for British primary school students. Harry retreated to a nearby shelf, ostensibly browsing through historical atlases while he observed this unexpected rival. She read with the kind of voracious concentration that suggested genuine passion for learning rather than mere academic obligation. Her note-taking was systematic and thorough, with careful attention to organizing information in ways that would facilitate later review and analysis. Most tellingly, she occasionally muttered to herself in what sounded like rudimentary French, practicing pronunciations with the determined patience of someone committed to achieving fluency through sheer effort. The possibility that another child in Little Whinging was pursuing independent research into international education options seemed astronomically unlikely. The possibility that such research was unrelated to the magical world seemed even more improbable. Either Harry had stumbled upon the most remarkably coincidental academic convergence in the history of public libraries, or this girl knew about magic and was pursuing educational alternatives for reasons similar to his own. After 20 minutes of covert observation, Harry made his decision. If this girl was indeed a fellow magical student researching alternatives to whatever British magical education had been arranged for her, then she represented either a valuable potential ally or a dangerous potential threat to his own plans. Either way, he needed to understand her intentions before proceeding with his own research. He approached her table with the careful casualness of someone who happened to be looking for a place to sit, rather than someone who had been deliberately planning this interaction. She looked up from her notes with the slightly irritated expression of a dedicated scholar whose concentration had been interrupted, but her annoyance shifted to curiosity when she noticed the books Harry was carrying. Advanced French grammar and composition, she read from the spine of one of his texts. That is rather ambitious for someone our age, is it not? Her voice carried the precise articulation of someone who had been raised to value clear communication and proper grammar, but there was also a subtle defensiveness that suggested she was accustomed to having her own academic ambitions questioned or dismissed by adults who thought children should limit themselves to age-appropriate materials. I find that most things worth learning require more effort than people our age are usually expected to provide, Harry replied carefully, setting his books down across from her with the deliberate precision of someone claiming territory. The question is whether the effort is justified by the potential rewards. She blinked, clearly not expecting such a thoughtful response from a fellow 11-year-old. Most children Harry knew would have responded with some variation of, "because I have to," or "my parents made me," neither of which would have advanced the conversation in productive directions. Instead, Harry had offered a philosophical framework for discussing academic motivation that suggested both intellectual sophistication and genuine commitment to his studies. "What rewards are you hoping to achieve through advanced French study?" she asked, closing her notebook with the deliberate care of someone protecting valuable research while simultaneously signaling willingness to engage in conversation. Harry considered his response carefully. Too much honesty might reveal information that could compromise his plans if she proved to be untrustworthy. Too little might fail to establish the common ground necessary for determining whether she could be useful as an ally. He chose a middle path that would reveal his general intentions without exposing his specific motivations. "I am researching international educational opportunities," he said. "It has become clear to me that the options available locally may not provide the kind of academic rigor and intellectual challenge that I am seeking. French fluency would expand my alternatives considerably." Her eyes widened with something that looked very much like excitement, mixed with relief. "You are researching international schools as well?" I had begun to think I was the only person our age who was not content to simply accept whatever educational arrangements adults had made without consulting our preferences or examining our alternatives. The phrase educational arrangements struck Harry as oddly specific, the kind of language someone might use if they had been told they were expected to attend a particular school without being given any choice in the matter. Combined with her obvious intelligence and her presence in the same research section Harry had been haunting for weeks, it strongly suggested that she, like him, had received some kind of magical education offer that she was not entirely satisfied with. "What kind of arrangements have been made for you?" Harry asked, trying to sound casually curious rather than desperately hopeful that he might have found someone who understood his situation. "I have been accepted to a boarding school that emphasizes tradition over innovation, compliance over critical thinking, and institutional loyalty over academic excellence," she said with the kind of bitter precision that suggested she had given considerable thought to these criticisms. "The school has an impressive reputation, but their educational philosophy seems designed to produce graduates who will unquestioningly perpetuate existing systems rather than developing the skills necessary to improve them." Harry stared at her, hardly daring to believe that he had encountered someone whose assessment of their magical education options aligned so closely with his own concerns about Hogwarts. Her description could have been lifted directly from his own private thoughts about what Hagrid had revealed of the British magical school system. "What alternatives are you considering?" he asked, abandoning any pretense that this conversation was casual rather than crucial to his future plans. She glanced around the library, confirming that they were alone in the reference section, before leaning forward conspiratorially. "Have you heard of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic?" The relief that flooded through Harry at her explicit mention of magic was so intense that he had to grip the edge of the table to maintain his composure. Not only was she a fellow magical student, but she had independently reached the same conclusions about Beauxbatons that his own research had suggested. "I have been researching it extensively," he admitted. "Everything I have learned suggests that it would provide a far superior educational experience to the alternative that has been arranged for me." She smiled for the first time since he had approached her table, and the transformation was remarkable. Where before she had seemed guarded and slightly defensive, she now radiated the kind of enthusiasm that only came from finding someone who shared a passionate interest that most people could not understand. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, extending her hand with the formal courtesy of someone who had been taught proper introductory protocols. "And you are Harry Potter, unless I am very much mistaken." Harry accepted her handshake, unsurprised that she had recognized him, but curious about how she had managed to identify him when he had been deliberately avoiding magical society since his confrontation with Hagrid. "How did you know?" "Your scar, obviously," she said, gesturing toward his forehead. "But also your research methodology and your questions about educational arrangements. Anyone conducting this kind of independent investigation into magical education alternatives would have to be either remarkably precocious or sufficiently famous that traditional channels were not working for them. Since you appear to be both, the identity becomes rather obvious." Harry found himself genuinely impressed by her deductive reasoning. Most people who recognized him focused exclusively on his celebrity status, without considering the intellectual implications of his presence in unexpected contexts. Hermione, by contrast, had analyzed his behavior and drawn logical conclusions about his motivations that revealed both observational skills and analytical sophistication. "What led you to research Beauxbatons, specifically?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about whether her path to discovering the French school had been similar to his own. Hermione opened her notebook to a page covered with careful comparisons between different magical education systems, organized in columns that highlighted key differences in philosophy, methodology, and outcomes. Harry recognized his own research reflected in her notes, but she had carried the analysis considerably further than he had managed in his solo efforts. "When I received my Hogwarts letter, I naturally wanted to understand what kind of education I would be receiving," she explained. "However, when I attempted to research the school through conventional channels, I discovered that most sources simply assumed Hogwarts was the only viable option for British magical children. The lack of comparative analysis struck me as suspicious, so I began investigating whether other alternatives existed." She flipped through several pages of notes, revealing the extent of her research into international magical education. Charts compared curriculum requirements, graduation outcomes, and post-graduation career paths for students from different schools. Tables analyzed the academic qualifications and research backgrounds of faculty members at various institutions. Graphs tracked the publication rates and citation frequencies of scholarly work produced by graduates from different magical education programs. What I discovered was that Beauxbatons consistently outperforms other magical schools on every measure of academic excellence I could identify, Hermione continued. Their graduates publish more research, achieve higher positions in international magical organizations, and contribute more significantly to magical innovation than graduates from schools that focus primarily on tradition and institutional loyalty. Harry examined her charts with growing admiration for both her research thoroughness and her analytical sophistication. She had not simply identified Beauxbatons as an alternative to Hogwarts, she had systematically demonstrated why it represented a superior educational opportunity for students with serious academic ambitions. More importantly, she had reached these conclusions independently, without any prompting or guidance from him. This suggested that her commitment to academic excellence was genuine rather than opportunistic, that her interest in Beauxbatons was based on carefully considered educational priorities rather than mere dissatisfaction with the status quo. "Have you considered applying?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer based on the French dictionary and the careful notes she had been taking when he first observed her. "I have been preparing an application for several weeks," she admitted. "The process is considerably more rigorous than what Hogwarts requires, which I consider a positive indicator of their academic standards. However, some aspects of the application present challenges that I am not certain I can overcome independently." "What kind of challenges?" She turned to a fresh page in her notebook, revealing a detailed timeline for application preparation that included language study, theoretical magic research, and the acquisition of letters of recommendation from qualified magical authorities. Several items on her timeline were marked with question marks or warning symbols, indicating areas where she had not yet identified viable solutions. "The language requirement is manageable with sufficient effort," she explained. "I have been studying French for 6 hours daily and should achieve functional fluency within another month or 2. The theoretical magic component is more challenging, since most magical texts are restricted to magical communities, but I have found ways to piece together fundamental principles through careful study of related fields like alchemy and astronomy." "And the letters of recommendation?" Hermione's confident expression faltered slightly. "That remains the most significant obstacle. Beauxbatons requires letters from established magical authorities who can speak to the applicant's character, academic potential, and commitment to international magical cooperation. Since neither of us has had any contact with the magical community beyond our initial Hogwarts offers, identifying appropriate recommenders has proven difficult." Harry leaned back in his chair, processing this information and its implications for his own application plans. He had been so focused on developing the academic credentials necessary for admission that he had not given sufficient consideration to the political and social aspects of the application process. Without connections to magical authorities who could vouch for his character and potential, his academic achievements might be irrelevant. However, Hermione's research had also revealed an opportunity that had not occurred to him previously. If they were both facing similar challenges in preparing competitive applications, they might be able to collaborate in ways that would strengthen both of their candidacies. "What if we submitted a joint application?" Harry suggested. "Not as a package deal, but as 2 candidates who have been working together on independent research and can speak to each other's academic capabilities and character. That would at least partially address the recommendation issue, and it might distinguish us from other applicants who haven't demonstrated the ability to collaborate effectively on complex projects." Hermione stared at him for a long moment, her expression cycling through surprise, consideration, and what appeared to be growing excitement. "A joint application strategy would certainly be unusual," she said slowly, "but it might also be exactly the kind of innovative thinking that Beauxbatons values in their students." She opened her notebook to a fresh page and began sketching out possibilities for collaborative application elements: comparative research projects, complementary skill development, shared language study, coordinated outreach to potential recommenders. Within minutes, she had outlined an approach to the application process that was far more sophisticated and comprehensive than anything Harry had conceived working alone. "This could actually work," Hermione said, her voice rising with enthusiasm. "We could document our collaboration as evidence of our commitment to international cooperation and academic partnership. We could develop complementary areas of expertise that would demonstrate the breadth of our intellectual interests. We could even coordinate our language study to achieve fluency more efficiently through conversation practice and peer review." Harry found himself caught up in her excitement, seeing possibilities that had not existed when he was planning his educational future alone. Working with someone as intelligent and dedicated as Hermione would not only improve his chances of admission to Beauxbatons, it would also provide the kind of intellectual partnership that he had been craving his entire life. More than that, it would mean that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would not be facing them alone. "What would be the first step?" he asked, ready to commit to this unexpected alliance. Hermione consulted her timeline and made several rapid calculations. "We should begin with intensive language study, since fluency will be required for all other aspects of the application process. I suggest we meet here daily for structured conversation practice in addition to our individual study time. We should also divide responsibility for researching different aspects of magical theory, then share our findings to accelerate our learning." She paused, looking up from her notes with an expression that was both hopeful and slightly vulnerable. I should mention that this arrangement would need to remain secret from our families, at least initially. My parents have already agreed to support my application to Beauxbatons, but they would likely object to coordination with someone whose background they have not investigated. Your relatives, based on what I have heard about their attitudes toward magic, would probably be even more problematic. Harry almost laughed at the understatement. The Dursleys would be absolutely horrified to discover that he was not only researching magical education alternatives, but collaborating with another magical child to subvert the arrangements that had been made for him. Their terror of anything magical was exceeded only by their determination to maintain the illusion that his abilities were a temporary aberration that would eventually be corrected through sufficient disapproval and social pressure. "Secrecy will not be a problem for me," Harry assured her. "I have considerable experience in pursuing academic interests that my relatives would prefer to discourage." Hermione nodded, apparently satisfied with this explanation. "In that case, I suggest we formalize our partnership with a written agreement outlining our respective responsibilities, shared goals, and protocols for collaboration. Academic partnerships function most effectively when expectations are clearly defined and mutually understood." She was already reaching for a fresh sheet of paper, ready to begin drafting terms for their alliance with the same methodical thoroughness she had applied to researching Beauxbatons. Harry watched her work, marveling at his extraordinary good fortune in encountering someone whose intellectual capabilities and educational ambitions aligned so perfectly with his own needs. For the first time since he had refused Hagrid's offer to escort him to Hogwarts, Harry felt genuinely optimistic about his chances of achieving the educational future he wanted, rather than simply accepting whatever others decided he deserved. Working alone, his application to Beauxbatons had been a long shot dependent on luck and extraordinary individual effort. Working with Hermione, it felt like a realistic goal that could be achieved through careful planning and collaborative preparation. As they spent the next hour drafting their partnership agreement, outlining study schedules and research responsibilities and communication protocols, Harry found himself thinking about the conversation he had abandoned with Hagrid several weeks earlier. The giant had insisted that children their age were not qualified to make important decisions about their education, that they should trust adults to arrange appropriate opportunities without questioning the motives or examining the alternatives. Yet here he was, collaborating with another 11-year-old to develop an application strategy that was more thorough and sophisticated than anything the magical education establishment had apparently conceived for students with exceptional academic potential. Here he was, working with someone who shared his conviction that educational excellence required more than simply accepting whatever opportunities others chose to provide. The irony was not lost on him that his rejection of adult authority had led him to form the most intellectually productive partnership of his life with someone who had reached identical conclusions through independent analysis and research. Hermione had not needed Harry to convince her that she deserved better educational opportunities than Hogwarts could provide. She had recognized the limitations herself and taken action to expand her alternatives. Together, they were proving that intelligent, motivated young people were perfectly capable of making informed decisions about their futures when given access to accurate information and the freedom to pursue their own interests, rather than simply conforming to institutional expectations. By the time they left the library that afternoon, they had established a comprehensive plan for the next 6 months of preparation that would culminate in joint applications to Beauxbatons Academy. They had divided research responsibilities, established language study protocols, and begun identifying potential magical authorities who might be willing to provide letters of recommendation for 2 uncommonly dedicated prospective students. Most importantly, They had found in each other the intellectual partnership that neither had known they were missing. Harry finally had someone who understood his refusal to accept limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what he deserved. Hermione finally had someone who shared her conviction that academic excellence required challenging conventional wisdom rather than simply memorizing approved answers. As he walked home through the familiar streets of Little Whinging, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that morning several weeks earlier when he had first received his Hogwarts letter. He had gone from being a powerless victim of other people's decisions to being an active architect of his own educational future. He had gone from facing an uncertain and potentially dangerous magical world alone to having a brilliant and dedicated partner who shared his commitment to academic excellence and international perspective. Most remarkably, he had discovered that his refusal to be grateful and compliant had not led to disaster and isolation, as his relatives had always predicted. Instead, it had led him to opportunities and partnerships that would never have existed if he had simply accepted whatever arrangements others had made for his convenience rather than his benefit. Tomorrow would bring another day of intensive French study and magical theory research, another step toward earning admission to the finest magical school in Europe through merit and determination rather than fame and expectation. Tomorrow would bring him closer to the educational future he had chosen for himself rather than the one that had been chosen for him. Tomorrow would bring him closer to proving that 11-year-old children were perfectly capable of making intelligent decisions about their lives when given the information and freedom necessary to pursue their own interests, rather than simply conforming to whatever adults decided was appropriate for them. The boy who had spent his entire life being told that his options were limited had just expanded those options exponentially through the simple expedient of finding someone who shared his refusal to accept such limitations. The partnership he had formed with Hermione Granger would prove to be the foundation upon which everything else would be built, the crucial alliance that would make possible achievements that neither of them could have accomplished alone. Harry Potter was no longer planning his escape from the Dursleys and Dumbledore's expectations as a solitary rebel against an indifferent system. He was now part of an intellectual partnership dedicated to proving that educational excellence was not a privilege to be granted by institutional authority, but a right to be claimed through academic achievement and collaborative effort. The revolution in magical education that had begun with one boy's refusal to be grateful for inadequate opportunities had just gained a partner whose brilliant analytical mind and systematic research methodology would transform their shared dreams of academic freedom into a concrete plan for educational independence. The future had never looked brighter or more thoroughly within their control. The transformation of Harry Potter from a neglected child into a serious academic candidate for the most prestigious magical school in Europe began at precisely 6 o'clock on a Monday morning in the reference section of Little Whinging Public Library. Hermione Granger had already claimed their usual table, surrounded by an impressive arsenal of French language learning materials that suggested she had taken their partnership agreement as seriously as a formal academic contract. "Bonjour, Harry," she said as he approached, her pronunciation carefully precise despite the early hour. "Nous devons commencer immédiatement si nous voulons réussir notre objectif." Harry blinked, momentarily disoriented by the complete shift from English to French. He had been studying basic vocabulary and grammar for several weeks, but Hermione's casual switch to conversational French highlighted the enormous gap between his theoretical knowledge and practical fluency. "Bonjour, Hermione," he replied carefully, struggling with pronunciation that felt clumsy compared to her confident delivery. "Je suis prêt à commencer, but I think we should establish some ground rules for our language practice before diving into full immersion." She smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose academic strategy was already proving effective. "Excellent point. We should establish structured protocols that will accelerate our progress without creating unnecessary frustration. I suggest we begin each session with 30 minutes of English conversation to plan our daily objectives." then transition to French-only communication for the remainder of our time together. Harry nodded, impressed by her systematic approach to language acquisition. Hermione had clearly given considerable thought to optimizing their learning process, recognizing that unstructured immersion might be less effective than carefully designed practice sessions that built skills incrementally. "What materials have you assembled for our theoretical magic studies?" he asked, noting several books on her side of the table that bore titles he did not recognize from his own research. She indicated a carefully organized stack of texts that represented the culmination of several weeks of intensive investigation into magical theory, as it could be understood through mundane academic sources. "I have identified 3 primary approaches to developing foundational knowledge in magical principles without access to explicitly magical texts. The first approach involved studying the historical development of what mundane scholars called natural philosophy, tracing the evolution of ideas about energy, transformation, and the fundamental forces governing physical reality. Many concepts that modern science had discovered through empirical investigation had been understood by magical communities for centuries, though the language and theoretical frameworks used to describe them differed significantly. The second approach focused on comparative mythology and folklore, examining patterns in magical traditions across different cultures to identify underlying principles that transcended specific cultural interpretations. If similar magical concepts appeared independently in multiple societies separated by geography and history, those concepts likely reflected genuine magical laws rather than cultural superstitions. The third approach involved deep study of subjects like alchemy, astronomy, and herbalism that straddled the boundary between magical and mundane knowledge. Practitioners in these fields often possessed genuine magical abilities that influenced their work, even when they presented their findings in language that mundane authorities would find acceptable. I have spent considerable time analyzing the writings of Nicholas Flamel, particularly his theoretical work on transmutation and the relationship between magical intent and physical transformation, Hermione continued. His approach to magical theory emphasizes understanding fundamental principles rather than memorizing specific procedures, which aligns perfectly with Beauxbatons' educational philosophy. Harry examined the books she had selected, marveling at the sophistication of her research strategy. Where he had been working intuitively, following leads and pursuing interesting connections as he discovered them, Hermione had developed a comprehensive theoretical framework for understanding magical knowledge through systematic study of related disciplines. "This is brilliant," he said, genuinely impressed by the scope and organization of her approach. "I have been researching similar topics, but nowhere near this systematically. With your methodology and both of our research efforts combined, we should be able to develop a much more comprehensive understanding than either of us could achieve working alone." She nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose collaborative instincts had been validated by practical results. "I have also been investigating the specific academic requirements for Beauxbatons admission essays. According to the materials I have found, successful applicants typically demonstrate familiarity with at least 3 distinct magical theoretical frameworks and the ability to analyze magical problems from multiple disciplinary perspectives. This revelation added a new dimension of complexity to their preparation that Harry had not fully appreciated. It was not sufficient to simply learn magical theory in general. They needed to master several different approaches to magical analysis and demonstrate their ability to synthesize information from multiple sources in sophisticated ways. "What theoretical frameworks have you identified as most relevant?" Harry asked, already mentally reorganizing his own study priorities to align with these more specific requirements. Hermione consulted her notes, which were organized with the precision of a professional academic researcher, despite her age. Classical elemental theory, which focuses on the interaction between fundamental magical forces. Arithmetic analysis, which applies mathematical principles to magical phenomena. And what I am calling ecological magic theory, which examines the relationship between magical practice and natural environmental systems. Each of these frameworks offered different tools for understanding magical phenomena and different approaches to solving magical problems. A student who could demonstrate competency in all three would possess the kind of theoretical versatility that Beauxbatons apparently valued in its applicants. "How do you suggest we divide responsibility for mastering these different approaches?" Harry asked, recognizing that attempting to study everything simultaneously would be less efficient than developing complementary areas of expertise that they could then share with each other. Hermione had clearly been thinking about this question as well. "Based on your research interests and natural inclinations, I suggest you focus primarily on classical elemental theory and ecological magic, while I concentrate on arithmetic analysis and its applications to theoretical problems. We can share our findings regularly and test each other's understanding to ensure we both develop competency in all three areas." The plan made sense from both practical and strategic perspectives. Harry's intuitive approach to problem-solving aligned well with elemental and ecological frameworks that emphasized natural patterns and relationships, while Hermione's systematic analytical mind was perfectly suited to the mathematical precision required for arithmetic work. Over the following weeks, their daily sessions evolved into intensive academic seminars that would have challenged university students, let alone 11-year-olds preparing for secondary school admission. They began each meeting with structured French conversation that gradually increased in complexity as their vocabulary and confidence grew. Within a month, they were conducting their entire sessions in French, discussing sophisticated theoretical concepts with fluency that impressed even Mrs. Hopkins, the head librarian, who occasionally overheard fragments of their conversations. Harry's research into classical elemental theory revealed a rich tradition of magical analysis that examined the interaction between fire, water, earth, and air as fundamental forces that could be combined and manipulated through focused intention and proper understanding of natural laws. The approach appealed to his intuitive grasp of magical phenomena, providing a framework for understanding the accidental magic he had been experiencing his entire life. More importantly, elemental theory offered practical applications that he could experiment with safely, developing his magical control through carefully designed exercises that built his abilities incrementally. He learned to sense the elemental characteristics of his surroundings, to recognize the energetic signatures of different magical influences, and to manipulate small elemental forces through concentration and willpower. His investigation into ecological magic theory proved equally rewarding, revealing magical traditions that emphasized harmony between magical practice and natural environmental systems. This approach resonated with his growing understanding that magic was not simply a tool for imposing human will upon reality, but rather a way of working with natural forces to achieve results that served both individual needs and broader ecological balance. Hermione's mathematical approach to magical theory yielded insights that complemented Harry's more intuitive understanding perfectly. Her arithmetic analysis revealed the numerical relationships that governed magical phenomena, providing precise tools for predicting the outcomes of magical operations and optimizing the efficiency of magical techniques. She developed increasingly sophisticated methods for calculating magical energy requirements, analyzing the probability matrices associated with different magical outcomes, and designing magical procedures that achieved maximum results with minimum expenditure of effort. Her work provided the theoretical foundation that transformed Harry's intuitive magical experiments from interesting accidents into repeatable techniques that could be refined and improved through systematic analysis. Their collaboration produced synergies that neither had anticipated when they first agreed to work together. Harry's elemental insights helped Hermione understand the qualitative aspects of magical phenomena that pure mathematical analysis sometimes missed, while her arithmetic calculations helped Harry optimize his elemental techniques for maximum effectiveness and safety. Most importantly, their different approaches to magical theory provided them with the kind of comprehensive perspective that Beauxbatons apparently sought in its most promising applicants. They were developing not just knowledge of magical theory, but genuine expertise in analyzing magical problems from multiple disciplinary perspectives and synthesizing information from different sources to create innovative solutions. Their language studies progressed with similar success, accelerating far beyond what either could have achieved working alone. Daily conversation practice in French forced them to develop fluency quickly, while their discussions of complex magical theory in French vocabulary helped them master the academic terminology that would be essential for university-level coursework. Hermione's parents, Dr. Richard and Dr. Helen Granger, proved to be unexpected allies in their educational preparation. As dentists who had built successful professional practices through dedication to excellence and continuous learning, they understood the value of rigorous academic preparation and supported Hermione's pursuit of international educational opportunities that would challenge her intellectual capabilities. More importantly, they possessed the kind of professional connections and social credibility that could be valuable for securing letters of recommendation from respectable authorities. When Hermione explained that she was preparing applications for an exclusive European academy that valued academic excellence and international perspective, her parents were delighted to help her contact university professors and educational consultants who might be willing to evaluate her qualifications and provide appropriate recommendations. Dr. Helen Granger, who had completed her dental training at universities in both England and France, was particularly helpful with connections to French academic institutions that maintained informal relationships with Beauxbatons. While she could not know the specifically magical nature of the school her daughter was pursuing, she understood enough about elite European education to provide guidance on application strategies and academic preparation that proved invaluable. Through Dr. Granger's connections, Hermione was able to correspond with several professors at French universities who were impressed by her sophisticated understanding of theoretical principles and her fluent academic French. While these professors could not provide the specifically magical recommendations that Beauxbatons required, they could vouch for her intellectual capabilities and academic preparation in ways that would support her magical application. Harry's situation was more complicated, given his relatives' complete unwillingness to support any aspect of his magical education. But Hermione's family connections proved helpful for him as well. Dr. Richard Granger, learning that his daughter was collaborating with another academically gifted young person, offered to include Harry in some of the educational opportunities he was arranging for Hermione. This led to Harry's first real experience with adult mentorship from people who valued academic achievement rather than viewing his intelligence as a threat to their authority. The Grangers treated him as a serious scholar whose research interests deserved respect and support. A radically different experience from his interactions with the Dursleys or with Hagrid's condescending assumptions about what children his age were capable of understanding. Under their encouragement, Harry began to develop the kind of intellectual confidence that came from having his capabilities recognized and nurtured by adults who understood academic excellence. He learned to articulate his ideas clearly and persuasively, to defend his conclusions with evidence and logical reasoning, and to engage in sophisticated discussions with adults who treated him as an intellectual peer rather than a child who should be grateful for whatever educational opportunities others chose to provide. The experience was transformative in ways that went far beyond academic preparation. For the first time in his life, Harry was experiencing what it felt like to be valued for his intelligence rather than criticized for it, to have his curiosity encouraged rather than discouraged, to be challenged to achieve his full potential rather than limited to what others thought appropriate for someone in his circumstances. As autumn approached and the deadline for Beauxbatons applications drew nearer, Harry and Hermione had achieved levels of academic preparation that would have been impressive for university students, let alone 11-year-olds applying for secondary school admission. Their French fluency had reached the point where they could conduct sophisticated theoretical discussions without hesitation or translation difficulties. Their understanding of magical theory encompassed multiple disciplinary frameworks that they could apply flexibly to novel problems. Their collaborative research had produced original insights that demonstrated exactly the kind of innovative thinking that Beauxbatons sought in its most promising applicants. Most importantly, they had developed the kind of intellectual partnership that would serve them well throughout their academic careers, regardless of which school they ultimately attended. They had learned to combine their different strengths in ways that produced results neither could achieve alone, to challenge each other's assumptions in constructive ways that deepened their understanding, and to maintain their individual intellectual identities while working effectively as a collaborative team. Their applications to Beauxbatons, when they finally submitted them in early October, represented the culmination of the most intensive academic preparation any prospective magical students had ever undertaken without formal institutional support. The essays they submitted were written in elegant academic French and demonstrated sophisticated understanding of magical theory from multiple disciplinary perspectives. The research projects they included as supplementary materials showed original thinking and analytical capabilities that impressed even the admissions committee members who were accustomed to evaluating exceptional applicants. But perhaps most impressive of all was the evidence their applications provided of their commitment to academic excellence as a collaborative endeavor rather than a competitive individual pursuit. Their joint research projects demonstrated their ability to work effectively with intellectual peers from different backgrounds and perspectives, exactly the kind of international cooperative spirit that Beauxbatons sought to cultivate in its student body. As they waited for responses to their applications, Harry and Hermione continued their intensive studies with the understanding that their preparation was valuable regardless of the admissions outcomes. They had already achieved something remarkable simply by refusing to accept the educational limitations that others had attempted to impose upon them. They had proven to themselves, and to the adults who supported them, that 11-year-old children were perfectly capable of taking responsibility for their own educational futures when given access to information and the freedom to pursue their own academic interests. The boy who had started this journey as a neglected child with no knowledge of the magical world had become a serious scholar, whose academic achievements commanded respect from adults who understood intellectual excellence. The girl who had received her Hogwarts letter with excitement, but also questions about educational alternatives, had become a sophisticated researcher whose analytical capabilities rivaled those of university students. Together, they had transformed their shared dissatisfaction with the educational arrangements that had been made for them into a systematic campaign for academic independence that would influence not just their own futures, but the expectations of magical education systems throughout Europe. Their partnership had begun as a practical alliance between two students facing similar challenges in preparing competitive applications for their preferred school. It had evolved into something far more significant, a demonstration that young people who refuse to accept educational limitations could achieve extraordinary results when they combined intellectual capabilities, collaborative effort, and unwavering commitment to academic excellence. Whether or not Beauxbatons ultimately accepted their applications, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had already succeeded in proving that the future of magical education belonged to students who demanded the right to choose their own educational paths, rather than simply accepting whatever arrangements others made for their convenience. The revolution they had started with their refusal to be grateful and compliant was about to expand far beyond their own individual circumstances, challenging assumptions about student agency and educational authority that had governed magical society for generations. The boy who had once slept in a cupboard under the stairs, and the girl who had once worried about fitting into a magical world that seemed designed for others, were about to discover that their greatest achievements would come not from adapting themselves to existing systems, but from demonstrating that those systems could be transformed through the simple expedient of refusing to accept limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what they deserved. Their academic revolution was just beginning, and its impact would reshape magical education in ways that none of the adults who thought they controlled such things could possibly anticipate. The response from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic arrived on a crisp November morning, delivered not by the dramatic owl post that had terrorized the Dursley household months earlier, but through conventional Muggle mail that blended seamlessly with the ordinary correspondence that arrived daily at Privet Drive. The cream-coloured envelope bore the elegant script and official seals of a prestigious European educational institution, nothing that would alarm Vernon Dursley as he sorted through bills and advertisements before heading to his office. Harry intercepted the letter with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been monitoring the mail delivery schedule for weeks, slipping the envelope inside his jacket before his uncle could examine the return address too closely. The weight of the parchment felt significant in his hands, heavier than ordinary stationery, suggesting documents of considerable importance enclosed within. He waited until the Dursleys had departed for their daily routines before opening the envelope in the privacy of his cupboard under the stairs, his heart racing with anticipation that he tried to keep carefully controlled. Months of intensive preparation had led to this moment, but Harry had learned not to assume that effort automatically translated into success, especially when dealing with institutions that operated according to rules he was still learning to understand. The first document that emerged from the envelope was a formal letter of acceptance written on parchment that seemed to shimmer with subtle magical properties, the ink changing colour slightly as it caught the light filtering through the small window of his cramped quarters. The text was written in elegant French that demonstrated exactly the kind of academic sophistication Harry and Hermione had been working to achieve in their own correspondence. "Monsieur Potter," the letter began, and Harry felt a surge of pride at seeing his name written with such formal respect in a language he could now read fluently. "Nous avons le grand plaisir de vous informer que votre candidature à l'Académie Beauxbatons de Magie a été acceptée pour l'année académique commençant en septembre prochain." The acceptance was unqualified and enthusiastic, praising both Harry's individual academic achievements and his collaborative research with Miss Granger as evidence of exactly the kind of international cooperative spirit that Beauxbatons sought to cultivate in its student body. The admissions committee had been particularly impressed by their joint theoretical work and their sophisticated understanding of magical principles despite their lack of formal magical education. What made the letter truly extraordinary, however, was the personal note appended at the bottom in handwriting that was clearly different from the formal institutional correspondence. The signature identified the author as Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy, and her words carried a warmth and personal attention that suggested she had taken special interest in Harry's application. "Monsieur Potter," she had written, "your application materials demonstrate not only exceptional academic preparation, but also remarkable independence of thought and commitment to educational excellence that aligns perfectly with our institutional values. I am particularly impressed by your collaborative work with Miss Granger and the innovative approach you have both taken to magical theoretical research without formal instruction. I should mention that your mother, Lily Evans Potter, was known to our faculty through her correspondence with several of our professors during her development of advanced defensive magical techniques. Her theoretical work was cited frequently in our academic journals, and her commitment to international magical cooperation was greatly admired by our scholarly community. We are honored to offer her son the educational opportunities that she herself valued so highly." The revelation that his mother had maintained professional relationships with Beauxbatons faculty transformed Harry's acceptance from a personal achievement into a continuation of family academic traditions that he had never known existed. Lily Potter had not simply been a talented witch who happened to excel at defensive magic. She had been a serious scholar whose theoretical work had influenced international magical research, and whose educational values had aligned with exactly the kind of international perspective that Beauxbatons represented. The packet of acceptance materials included detailed information about accessing his inheritance through Gringotts' French branch offices, a revelation that suggested the magical banking system operated with considerably more international sophistication than Hagrid had implied during their confrontation in the storm-lashed hut. According to the documents, the Potter family vault contained not only the financial resources necessary for his Beauxbatons education, but also academic materials and research notes that his parents had specifically preserved for his future scholarly pursuits. Most intriguingly, the acceptance packet included instructions for magical transportation to France that did not require cooperation from British magical authorities. Beauxbatons maintained its own international transportation network that served students from across Europe, operating independently of national magical governments in ways that reflected the school's commitment to academic freedom and international cooperation. Harry was still processing the implications of these revelations when urgent knocking at the front door of Privet Drive announced the arrival of visitors who clearly had no intention of observing normal social conventions about appropriate calling hours. The authoritative nature of the knocking, combined with the early hour, suggested official business that could not wait for more convenient timing. Vernon Dursley's outraged shouting from the front hall confirmed Harry's worst fears about the identity of their unexpected guests. The distinctive accent and formal vocabulary that carried through the thin walls of the house belonged unmistakably to Professor Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, accompanied by what sounded like several other adult wizards whose presence suggested this was not a casual social call. Harry quickly concealed his Beauxbatons acceptance materials beneath loose floorboards, where he had been hiding his research notes for months, then made his way upstairs to listen more carefully to the conversation that was clearly about him and his educational future. The voices from the front parlor carried easily through the house's thin construction, allowing him to follow the discussion without revealing his presence to the adults who assumed they could make decisions about his life without consulting his preferences. Dumbledore's voice carried the kind of paternal authority that Harry remembered from their brief previous encounter, warm and reassuring on the surface, but underlaid with expectations of compliance that brooked no disagreement. He was explaining to Vernon and Petunia that Harry's continued absence from magical education was creating complications that required immediate resolution, that his safety and proper development as a wizard depended upon enrollment at Hogwarts under appropriate supervision and guidance. The conversation that followed revealed layers of magical politics and institutional authority that Harry had not fully understood during his months of independent research. Dumbledore was not simply the headmaster of one magical school among several. He apparently held positions of considerable influence within British magical government and law enforcement that gave him authority over magical children's welfare that extended far beyond educational administration. More troubling still was the implication that Harry's refusal to attend Hogwarts was being treated not as a legitimate educational choice, but as evidence of dangerous independence that required correction through official intervention. Dumbledore spoke of Harry's welfare and proper magical development in language that suggested these concerns justified overriding his personal preferences about his education and future. Vernon's responses revealed the extent to which the Dursleys had been deliberately kept ignorant of Harry's magical heritage and legal status. They had been told only that they were expected to provide housing and basic care until Harry reached age 11, at which point his magical education would become the responsibility of appropriate authorities. They had never been informed about Harry's inheritance, his legal rights as a member of an ancient magical family, or his options for choosing his own educational path. The revelation that the Dursleys had been systematically deceived about Harry's circumstances was infuriating, but not surprising given the pattern of information control that had characterized every aspect of his treatment since his parents' death. Dumbledore had apparently decided that keeping everyone ignorant of alternatives and legal complications would make Harry's transition to Hogwarts smoother and less complicated for the adults who preferred not to deal with inconvenient questions about authority and consent. When Harry finally made his presence known by walking deliberately down the stairs and into the front parlor, the sudden silence that greeted his appearance suggested that none of the adults had expected him to participate in discussions about his own future. Dumbledore recovered first, rising from his chair with the kind of grandfatherly warmth that Harry now recognized as a carefully practiced performance designed to disarm opposition and encourage compliance. "Harry, my dear boy," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling with what was supposed to be benevolent affection. I trust you have been well since our last conversation. I have come to discuss your educational arrangements and ensure that you receive the magical instruction that is so essential for your proper development as a wizard. The assumption that Harry would be grateful for this intervention, that he would welcome adult authority figures taking control of decisions he had been managing independently for months, was so profoundly insulting that Harry had to pause for a moment to control his temper before responding. The months of intensive academic preparation and collaborative research with Hermione had given him not only knowledge and skills, but also confidence in his own judgment that made Dumbledore's paternalistic approach seem absurd rather than intimidating. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, with careful politeness that did not quite conceal his underlying anger, "I appreciate your concern for my education, but I have already made arrangements that I believe will serve my academic interests more effectively than the options you have previously suggested." The statement clearly surprised Dumbledore, who had apparently expected either grateful compliance or fearful resistance, rather than calm assertion of independent decision-making authority. His expression shifted slightly, the grandfatherly warmth giving way to something more calculating as he reassessed the situation and Harry's unexpected confidence. "I am afraid I do not understand, Harry," Dumbledore replied with the kind of patient confusion that adults often employed when children said things that challenged their assumptions about authority and decision-making. "What arrangements could you possibly have made? You are 11 years old, without connections to the magical community or understanding of the complexities involved in magical education. Surely you recognize that these are decisions that require adult guidance and institutional support." Harry reached into his jacket and withdrew the Beauxbatons acceptance letter, unfolding it with the deliberate care of someone presenting evidence in a formal debate. "I have been accepted to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic for the coming academic year," he said, holding the official document where Dumbledore could see the authentic seals and formal French text. "My application was submitted after months of intensive preparation, including language study, magical theory research, and coordination with appropriate academic authorities who evaluated my qualifications according to international educational standards." The silence that followed this announcement was profound and deeply uncomfortable. Dumbledore stared at the acceptance letter as if it were some kind of elaborate practical joke, while the other adults in the room exchanged glances that suggested they had not prepared for this possibility during their planning for this intervention. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice had lost all pretense of grandfatherly warmth and carried instead the kind of cold authority that suggested he was accustomed to having his decisions obeyed without question or appeal. "Harry, you cannot seriously believe that attending a foreign magical school is in your best interests," he said, his tone shifting from patient explanation to something closer to a command. "Your place is at Hogwarts, where you can receive proper protection and guidance during these dangerous times. The magical world is not safe for someone in your unique position, and only at Hogwarts can we ensure your welfare while you develop the skills necessary to face the challenges that await you." The reference to his unique position and the challenges that awaited him suggested knowledge about his circumstances that Dumbledore had not previously shared, information that was apparently being used to justify overriding Harry's educational choices without his consent. The implication that his safety depended upon accepting whatever arrangements Dumbledore preferred, rather than pursuing the academic opportunities he had earned through his own efforts, was both patronizing and manipulative. "What specific dangers require me to attend Hogwarts rather than Beauxbatons?" Harry asked, recognizing that he was challenging institutional authority in ways that could have serious consequences, but refusing to accept limitations imposed without adequate justification. "What unique circumstances make my educational choices different from those of other magical students my age?" Dumbledore's hesitation before answering revealed that he had not expected to be questioned about the reasoning behind his decisions, that he was accustomed to having his authority accepted without demand for explanation or evidence. When he finally responded, his words carried the weight of someone revealing information that he had preferred to keep confidential. "You are connected to dangerous magical forces that require constant monitoring and protection," he said, his voice grave with implications that he clearly expected Harry to find overwhelming. "Your survival of the killing curse that murdered your parents created magical bonds that make you a target for dark wizards seeking revenge or attempting to exploit your unique magical signature. Only at Hogwarts, protected by wards that I have personally established and maintained, can we ensure that these forces do not harm you or others around you." The revelation was clearly intended to frighten Harry into compliance, to make him grateful for protection that only Dumbledore could provide, and therefore willing to surrender his independence in exchange for safety. Instead, it raised new questions about why such crucial information had been withheld for 11 years, and why the solution to these supposed dangers required attending a specific school rather than simply receiving appropriate protection wherever his education took place. If I am connected to dangerous magical forces, why was I not informed of this earlier, so that I could make educated decisions about my safety and my future? Harry asked, refusing to be intimidated by revelations that raised more questions than they answered. Why was I left with relatives who could not protect me from magical threats, rather than being placed somewhere with appropriate defenses? And why does my safety require attending Hogwarts specifically, rather than receiving protection at whatever school I choose to attend? The questions struck at the heart of logical contradictions in Dumbledore's position that the headmaster had apparently hoped Harry would not be sophisticated enough to recognize. If Harry's safety was truly the primary concern, then his placement with non-magical relatives who were ignorant of potential threats made no sense. If magical protection was essential, then the specific location of that protection should be less important than ensuring it was adequate and properly maintained. Dumbledore's expression shifted again, this time revealing something closer to genuine frustration with Harry's unexpected intellectual sophistication and refusal to accept explanations that did not withstand logical scrutiny. The boy who was supposed to be grateful and compliant was instead asking inconvenient questions that revealed weaknesses in carefully constructed justifications for institutional control. Before Dumbledore could formulate a response that addressed Harry's logical objections, the sound of additional arrivals at the front door announced the entrance of Dr. Richard and Dr. Helen Granger, accompanied by Hermione, whose presence suggested that she had also received her Beauxbatons acceptance, and that her parents were here to support both students' educational choices against whatever opposition the British magical establishment might present. Dr. Helen Granger entered the parlour with the confident authority of a professional who was accustomed to advocating for her patients' interests against institutional pressure, while Dr. Richard Granger carried himself with the quiet determination of someone who had achieved success through merit and hard work, rather than inherited privilege or institutional connections. "Professor Dumbledore," Dr. Helen Granger said, with the kind of polite firmness that suggested she had dealt with authority figures who preferred compliance to discussion. "I understand you have concerns about Harry's educational arrangements. As the parents of his academic partner and collaborative research colleague, we felt it appropriate to participate in any discussions about decisions that affect both children's educational futures." Hermione moved to stand beside Harry with the natural ease of someone who had been his intellectual partner and closest ally for months, her presence providing both moral support and evidence that his educational choices were shared by other academically serious students, rather than representing the isolated rebellion that Dumbledore had apparently expected to confront. The arrival of articulate, professionally successful adults who supported Harry's educational independence transformed the dynamic of the confrontation in ways that Dumbledore had clearly not anticipated. Where he had expected to deal with a confused child and intimidated relatives, he now faced a coalition of people who were prepared to challenge his authority with logical arguments and legal knowledge that matched his own institutional resources. Dr. Richard Granger addressed Dumbledore with the kind of respectful directness that professionals used when dealing with colleagues whose expertise they acknowledged, but whose conclusions they questioned. Professor Dumbledore, we have reviewed both children's applications to Beauxbatons Academy and the institution's educational philosophy and academic standards. Based on our evaluation as parents who value academic excellence, we believe Beauxbatons offers superior educational opportunities that align with both students' intellectual capabilities and long-term academic goals. Unless you can present compelling evidence that attendance at Hogwarts would provide educational advantages that Beauxbatons cannot match, we see no reason to discourage them from pursuing the opportunities they have earned through their own academic achievements. The challenge was politely phrased but unmistakably direct, demanding that Dumbledore justify his position with educational arguments rather than simply expecting his authority to be accepted without question. The Grangers were treating this as a rational discussion between adults who shared concern for the children's welfare, rather than as a situation where institutional authority automatically overrode parental judgment and student preference. Dumbledore found himself in the unfamiliar position of having his decisions questioned by people who possessed both the intellectual sophistication to understand his arguments and the professional standing to demand adequate justification for conclusions that affected their children's futures. His usual tools of manipulation and emotional appeal were ineffective against adults who approached the situation as a problem requiring evidence-based analysis, rather than a crisis requiring immediate compliance with expert authority. The conversation that followed revealed the extent to which Harry's decision to pursue educational independence had challenged assumptions about student agency and institutional control that formed the foundation of British magical education policy. Dumbledore's arguments for why Harry belonged at Hogwarts were based primarily on tradition, institutional convenience, and his own preferences, rather than on educational advantages that would serve Harry's individual needs and interests. When pressed for specific educational justifications, Dumbledore was forced to admit that Beauxbatons' academic standards were indeed superior to Hogwarts in several crucial areas, that their international perspective and theoretical rigor would provide Harry with intellectual opportunities that the British school could not match, and that their collaborative learning environment aligned better with the kind of academic partnership Harry had already demonstrated with Hermione. The revelation that Harry's educational choices were not only reasonable but potentially superior to the alternatives that had been arranged for him transformed the discussion from a question of whether he would be allowed to attend Beauxbatons to a question of how quickly the necessary arrangements could be finalized to ensure his enrollment for the coming academic year. By the time the meeting concluded, Harry had not only defended his right to choose his own educational path, but had demonstrated that his choice was based on careful research, sophisticated analysis, and academic preparation that exceeded what most students achieved before beginning secondary education. His refusal to accept limitations imposed by institutional authority had led not to disaster and isolation, but to opportunities and partnerships that would never have existed if he had simply complied with arrangements made for his convenience rather than his benefit. The boy who had started this journey as a powerless victim of other people's decisions had become an advocate for educational independence, whose success would inspire other young witches and wizards to question whether the arrangements made for them truly served their individual interests or simply maintained institutional convenience and adult authority. The revolution in magical education that had begun with one child's refusal to be grateful for inadequate opportunities had just achieved its first major victory against the forces of tradition and institutional control that preferred students who accepted limitations rather than demanding the excellence they deserved. The battle for Harry Potter's educational freedom began in earnest 3 days after Dumbledore's unsuccessful intervention at Privet Drive, when official correspondence from the British Ministry of Magic arrived through channels that bypassed both Muggle postal services and the dramatic owl deliveries that had previously characterized magical communication with the Dursley household. The documents bore the formal seals of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the improper use of Magic Office, and most ominously, the newly established Office for Educational Oversight and student welfare. Dr. Helen Granger examined the legal papers with the careful attention of someone whose professional training had taught her to recognize bureaucratic manipulation disguised as regulatory compliance. The language was dense with official terminology and procedural requirements that seemed designed to intimidate rather than inform. But the underlying message was clear. Harry Potter was being summoned to appear before a special tribunal to determine his fitness for independent educational decision-making and his compliance with mandatory magical education requirements established by British wizarding law. The charges, such as they were, centered around allegations that Harry had violated protocols for magical student registration by pursuing international educational opportunities without proper authorization from British magical authorities. The documents suggested that his application to Beauxbatons constituted a form of educational truancy that endangered both his individual development and the broader stability of British magical education systems. More troubling still were the implications that his refusal to attend Hogwarts represented evidence of dangerous independence that required correction through official intervention. The tribunal was empowered to determine appropriate remedial measures, including mandatory enrollment at approved British magical institutions and restrictions on international travel that would effectively prevent him from accepting his Beauxbatons placement. Dr. Richard Granger, whose professional experience included consultation on medical malpractice cases that involved complex legal jurisdictions, immediately recognized the procedural irregularities that suggested this tribunal was operating outside normal legal frameworks. The time frame for Harry's required appearance allowed insufficient time for adequate legal representation. The charges were vaguely worded in ways that would make effective defense difficult, and the composition of the tribunal included individuals with clear conflicts of interest regarding the outcome. Most significantly, the documents made no reference to Harry's rights as a member of an ancient magical family, or his legal status as the heir to substantial magical properties and traditions that predated current British magical law. The omission suggested either ignorance of crucial legal precedents or deliberate suppression of information that would complicate the ministry's preferred narrative about student compliance and institutional authority. Hermione, whose months of intensive research had given her considerable familiarity with international magical law and educational policy, immediately recognized the broader implications of the legal challenge Harry was facing. This was not simply a dispute about one student's educational choices. It was a test case that would determine whether young witches and wizards possessed any real agency in decisions about their magical education, or whether they were essentially property of whatever national magical government claimed jurisdiction over them. The precedent established by Harry's case would influence the educational options available to magical students throughout Europe and beyond, either expanding their freedom to choose institutions that served their individual needs and interests, or confirming that such choices were privileges to be granted or withheld by governmental authorities rather than rights to be exercised by students themselves. Dr. Helen Granger's first action was to contact the French magical legal authorities through channels that Beauxbatons Academy had provided for exactly this kind of international educational dispute. The school's commitment to accepting qualified students regardless of their national origin was backed by sophisticated legal frameworks that had been developed over centuries of cross-border academic cooperation, and they maintained relationships with magical law firms that specialized in protecting international student rights against governmental interference. The French magical legal system, it turned out, operated according to principles that differed substantially from the British approach to magical law and governmental authority. Where British magical law emphasized institutional control and ministerial authority over individual rights, French magical jurisprudence prioritized academic freedom and educational choice as fundamental liberties that could not be restricted without compelling governmental justification and due process protections. Within 48 hours of Dr. Granger's initial contact, Harry found himself represented by Maître Céleste Delacroix, a distinguished magical lawyer whose practice focused on international educational law and whose reputation for defeating governmental overreach had made her legendary among advocates for academic freedom. Her credentials included advanced degrees in both magical and Muggle law, fluency in 7 languages, and a track record of successful litigation against educational authorities who attempted to restrict student choice through bureaucratic manipulation. Maître Delacroix arrived at the Granger residence in Little Whinging through magical transportation methods that suggested both considerable personal power and access to resources that operated independently of British magical oversight. Her presence commanded immediate respect from everyone she encountered, not through intimidation or artificial authority, but through the natural dignity of someone whose intellectual capabilities and professional achievements spoke for themselves. Her initial consultation with Harry revealed the full extent of the legal complexities surrounding his case and the broader implications for international magical education policy. The British ministry's claim of authority over his educational choices was based on precedents that had never been challenged by students with the intellectual sophistication and legal resources necessary to mount effective opposition. Harry's case represented an opportunity to establish new legal frameworks that would protect student rights while also testing the limits of national magical government's authority over citizens who chose to pursue international opportunities. More importantly, Maître Delacroix's investigation revealed that the legal foundations of the ministry's case were significantly weaker than their confident presentation suggested. The laws they were citing had been written decades earlier to address completely different circumstances, and their application to Harry's situation required interpretive stretches that would not withstand rigorous legal scrutiny in any jurisdiction that valued academic freedom and individual rights. The discovery that Dumbledore had never possessed formal legal guardianship over Harry, despite his role in arranging the boy's placement with the Dursleys, proved to be particularly significant. The headmaster's authority had been based entirely on informal agreements and institutional relationships rather than proper legal documentation, which meant that his attempts to override Harry's educational choices lacked any legitimate legal foundation. Even more damaging to the ministry's case was the revelation that Harry's parents' will, which had been sealed and withheld from public examination for 11 years, contained explicit provisions for their son's magical education that directly contradicted the arrangements that had been made without consulting their documented wishes. Lily and James Potter had specifically requested that Harry be given the opportunity to choose between multiple educational options, including international institutions, based on his individual academic interests and capabilities, rather than geographical convenience or institutional tradition. The will also revealed that the Potter family fortune included substantial endowments to several European magical schools, including Beauxbatons, that had been established specifically to support international educational exchange and academic cooperation. Harry's acceptance at Beauxbatons was not simply a personal achievement, it was the fulfillment of educational values that his parents had actively supported through both financial contributions and scholarly collaboration. Maître Delacroix's presentation of this evidence to the special tribunal was a masterpiece of legal argumentation that systematically dismantled every aspect of the ministry's case while establishing positive justification for Harry's educational independence. She demonstrated that British magical law contained extensive protections for ancient family rights that predated current governmental authority, that international magical treaties guaranteed students' right to pursue education at institutions of their choice, and that attempts to restrict such choices without compelling justification violated fundamental principles of magical jurisprudence that Britain had agreed to respect through international agreements. Her most devastating argument, however, focused on the educational merits of Harry's choice, rather than simply his legal right to make it. Through careful comparison of academic standards, graduation outcomes, and scholarly achievement, she proved that Beauxbatons offered educational opportunities that were objectively superior to those available at Hogwarts in virtually every measure of academic excellence. Restricting Harry's access to superior educational opportunities would constitute governmental interference with academic achievement that served no legitimate public purpose, while actively harming his individual development and potential contributions to magical society. The tribunal's attempt to argue that Harry's safety required attendance at Hogwarts rather than Beauxbatons collapsed under Maître Delacroix's systematic examination of the security arrangements at both institutions. Beauxbatons maintained protective wards and security protocols that were demonstrably more sophisticated than those at Hogwarts. Their international student body was better protected against political targeting, and their location in neutral French territory provided additional security advantages that British institutions could not match. More fundamentally, she challenged the premise that Harry's safety justified overriding his educational choices by demanding specific evidence of threats that required such extraordinary measures. When the ministry proved unable to provide concrete justification for their security claims beyond vague references to historical events and theoretical possibilities, their argument for mandatory enrollment at Hogwarts lost all credibility with the tribunal members who were required to base their decisions on evidence rather than speculation. The intervention of the French Ministry of Magic on behalf of Beauxbatons' international student program added a diplomatic dimension to the legal proceedings that the British authorities had clearly not anticipated. The French magical government's formal protest against British interference with their educational sovereignty transformed Harry's case from a domestic dispute about student compliance into an international incident that threatened to damage Britain's relationships with magical communities throughout Europe. French magical authorities pointed out that Britain's attempt to prevent qualified students from accepting admission to Beauxbatons violated international treaties governing academic cooperation and educational exchange that had been negotiated over centuries of cross-border magical collaboration. If Britain could unilaterally restrict their citizens' educational choices based on claims of governmental authority, other nations might feel justified in imposing similar restrictions that would undermine the entire system of international magical education that had fostered scholarly advancement and cultural cooperation throughout the magical world. The diplomatic pressure intensified when other European magical governments expressed concern about the precedent that Britain's actions might establish. Representatives from magical communities in Germany, Italy, Spain, and the Netherlands filed formal protests, arguing that Harry's case represented a dangerous expansion of governmental authority over individual educational rights that could threaten the academic freedom that had made European magical education the envy of magical communities worldwide. Within the British magical community itself, Harry's case began to attract support from unexpected quarters as parents and educators recognized the broader implications for student rights and academic excellence. Molly Weasley, whose own children attended Hogwarts, publicly questioned whether the school was truly serving students' best interests if it required governmental intervention to maintain enrollment rather than attracting students through educational merit and voluntary choice. Other parents began examining their own children's educational options with new scrutiny, asking whether the automatic assumption that British magical children belonged at Hogwarts was based on genuine educational advantages or simply traditional expectations that had never been seriously questioned. The revelation that alternatives existed and that some students were achieving superior academic outcomes by pursuing international opportunities sparked conversations about educational choice and academic freedom that had been absent from British magical society for generations. Educational professionals within the British magical system also began to speak out about the institutional problems that Harry's case had exposed. Teachers and administrators who had been privately concerned about Hogwarts's academic standards and pedagogical methods found their voices as public attention focused on comparative educational quality, rather than simply institutional loyalty and traditional expectations. Professor McGonagall herself, in a carefully worded statement that stopped just short of directly contradicting her employer, acknowledged that Beauxbatons' academic reputation was well-deserved, and that students who chose to pursue their education there would receive excellent preparation for advanced magical study and professional achievement. Her implicit endorsement of Harry's educational choice carried particular weight, given her position as deputy headmistress at Hogwarts and her reputation for prioritizing student welfare over institutional convenience. The cumulative effect of legal, diplomatic, and social pressure eventually forced the British ministry to acknowledge that their case against Harry's educational independence was both legally untenable and politically damaging. The special tribunal, faced with overwhelming evidence that their authority had been improperly exercised and that their restrictions on Harry's choices violated both British and international magical law, had no choice but to dismiss all charges and officially recognize his right to attend Beauxbatons Academy. The ministry's final statement, while grudgingly acknowledging Harry's legal victory, attempted to frame their capitulation as a magnanimous recognition of exceptional circumstances rather than a fundamental defeat of their educational authority. They emphasized that Harry's case was unique due to his family's historical connections to international magical education and should not be interpreted as establishing broader precedents for other students' educational choices. Maître Delacroix's response to this attempted face-saving was swift and legally precise. In a public statement that received extensive coverage in magical media throughout Europe, she clarified that the tribunal's decision was indeed a precedent-setting victory for student rights that would protect other young witches and wizards who chose to pursue international educational opportunities based on academic merit rather than governmental preference. Her legal analysis made it clear that the principles established in Harry's case applied to any student whose educational choices were based on legitimate academic considerations and whose qualifications met the standards of their preferred institutions. The British ministry's authority to restrict such choices had been permanently limited by the tribunal's recognition that educational freedom was a fundamental right that could not be overridden simply because governmental authorities preferred different arrangements. The practical implications of Harry's legal victory extended far beyond his individual circumstances. Other British magical students began exploring international educational opportunities with new confidence that their choices would be protected by legal precedents rather than subject to governmental interference. Educational exchange programs that had languished due to bureaucratic obstacles were revitalized as legal barriers to international study were systematically challenged and removed. Most significantly, the success of Harry's case inspired other young witches and wizards to question educational arrangements that had been made for them without consulting their preferences or examining their alternatives. The assumption that children should be grateful for whatever educational opportunities adults chose to provide was replaced by recognition that students possessed both the right and the responsibility to pursue academic excellence wherever they could find it. By the time the legal proceedings concluded in late December, Harry Potter had achieved something unprecedented in the history of British magical education. He had not only won the right to choose his own educational path, but had established legal protections for other students who refused to accept limitations imposed by institutional tradition and governmental convenience. The boy who had started this journey as a powerless victim of other people's decisions had become a catalyst for educational reform, whose impact would influence magical education policy throughout Europe and beyond. His refusal to be grateful for inadequate opportunities had transformed into a systematic challenge to educational authority that privileged institutional control over academic excellence and student welfare. As he prepared to depart for France and begin his studies at Beauxbatons Academy, Harry reflected on the extraordinary transformation that his simple refusal to attend Hogwarts had initiated. What had begun as one child's insistence on choosing his own educational future had become a revolution in magical education that would protect the rights of countless other young witches and wizards to pursue academic excellence, rather than simply accepting whatever arrangements others made for their convenience. The legal victory was complete, but Harry understood that the real test would come when he had the opportunity to prove that his choice had been justified by his academic achievements at Beauxbatons. The boy who had demanded the right to choose his own educational path now had the responsibility to demonstrate that his choice would lead to the kind of scholarly excellence and international cooperation that justified the legal and political upheaval his case had created. The future of magical education had been changed forever by one 11-year-old's refusal to accept limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what he deserved. The precedent established by his legal victory would protect other students' rights for generations to come, ensuring that educational excellence would be determined by academic merit rather than governmental preference or institutional tradition. Harry Potter's revolution in magical education was now legally established and politically protected, ready to inspire other young scholars who demanded the right to pursue academic achievement wherever they could find it, rather than simply accepting whatever educational arrangements others chose to impose upon them. The magical transportation system that would carry Harry Potter and Hermione Granger to their new lives at Beauxbatons Academy operated with a sophistication that neither of them had imagined possible during their months of research into international magical education. The departure point was not the chaotic and intimidating Diagon Alley that Hagrid had attempted to drag Harry through, but rather an elegant facility in central London that looked like nothing more than an exclusive private club to Muggle observers while serving as a nexus for magical travel throughout Europe. The International Magical Transport Authority operated from a building that existed in the spaces between ordinary reality and magical possibility, accessible through carefully hidden entrances that required both magical ability and proper documentation to navigate. Harry and Hermione approached the designated entrance on a crisp January morning, accompanied by Dr. Helen and Dr. Richard Granger, whose presence had been specifically authorized by French magical authorities as part of the international educational exchange protocols that governed Beauxbatons' student transportation system. The contrast between this dignified departure process and the aggressive owl bombardment that had characterized Harry's introduction to British magical society could not have been more striking. Where his first contact with magical authority had been chaotic and manipulative, designed to overwhelm his resistance and secure his compliance, his introduction to international magical systems was courteous and professional, treating him as a valued participant rather than a reluctant conscript. The departure lounge itself was a marvel of magical architecture that demonstrated the kind of sophisticated international cooperation that Harry had been reading about during his preparation for Beauxbatons. Students from across Europe gathered in comfortable conversation areas that were organized by destination rather than nationality, creating natural opportunities for cross-cultural exchange that began long before they reached their respective schools. Harry found himself in conversation with a young witch from Germany who was bound for Durmstrang Institute, discussing comparative approaches to magical theory with the kind of intellectual excitement that suggested she, like him, had chosen her educational path based on academic considerations rather than geographical convenience. Her fluency in multiple languages and her sophisticated understanding of international magical law revealed preparation similar to his own, confirming that serious students throughout Europe were taking active roles in their educational decisions rather than simply accepting whatever arrangements others made for them. Hermione discovered an equally engaging discussion partner in a young wizard from Spain, whose research into arithmetic applications had led him to seek admission to a specialized program at a Swiss magical academy. Their conversation about mathematical approaches to magical phenomena quickly evolved into a collaborative analysis session that attracted other students whose interests spanned multiple magical disciplines. The scene reminded Harry powerfully of his first meeting with Hermione in the little whinging library, where their shared commitment to academic excellence had immediately created connections that transcended their different backgrounds and circumstances. Here, surrounded by young witches and wizards who had all made deliberate choices about their magical education based on intellectual rather than traditional considerations, he felt a sense of belonging that he had never experienced during his brief encounters with British magical society. The transportation itself proved to be as elegant and sophisticated as the departure facilities. Rather than the uncomfortable and potentially dangerous methods that Hagrid had implied were necessary for magical travel, the international system employed what appeared to be a combination of advanced magical engineering and careful attention to passenger comfort and safety that reflected the kind of institutional competence Harry had come to associate with Beauxbatons. The journey took place in specially designed carriages that existed partially outside normal space and time, allowing for rapid travel between distant locations while providing passengers with a comfortable and educational experience that introduced them to the cultural and geographical diversity of European magical communities. Large windows offered views of magical landscapes that most wizards never had the opportunity to see, while comfortable seating areas encouraged conversation and collaboration among students who would soon be classmates at institutions throughout the continent. Harry spent much of the journey in conversation with Hermione and their new international acquaintances, practicing his French while learning about magical traditions and educational approaches that differed significantly from what little he had discovered about British magical culture. The diversity of perspectives and experiences represented among his fellow travelers reinforced his conviction that his decision to pursue international education had been not only academically sound, but culturally enriching in ways that staying within British magical society could never have provided. The approach to Beauxbatons Academy revealed the institution gradually, beginning with distant views of the Pyrenees Mountains that housed the school, and slowly resolving into increasingly detailed glimpses of architecture that seemed to have been designed by someone who understood that educational environments should inspire as well as shelter their inhabitants. The chateau emerged from morning mist like something from a fairy tale, but one written by scholars who understood that beauty and function were not competing values, but complementary aspects of environments designed to support serious intellectual work. The Flamel Fountain, which Harry had read about during his research but never seen, proved to be even more magnificent than the descriptions had suggested. The flowing water created patterns that seemed to shift between representational and abstract forms, illustrating principles of magical theory through kinetic sculpture that served both aesthetic and educational purposes. Students gathered around the fountain between classes, using its demonstrations of elemental interaction to clarify concepts they were studying in their formal coursework. The gardens that surrounded the main chateau buildings were clearly designed as outdoor classrooms, where students could study magical creatures and plants in their natural habitats, while also providing peaceful spaces for individual study and collaborative research. Harry could see students of various ages scattered throughout the gardens, some working alone with books and notebooks, others engaged in animated discussions that suggested the kind of intellectual excitement that he had experienced during his preparation sessions with Hermione. The overall impression was of an institution that took both academic excellence and student welfare seriously, creating an environment where serious scholarship could flourish without the artificial pressures and arbitrary restrictions that seemed to characterize traditional British magical education. Everything Harry observed reinforced his conviction that his choice of Beauxbatons over Hogwarts had been based on accurate assessment of institutional quality and educational philosophy, rather than romantic idealization of international alternatives. The formal welcome ceremony took place in the main hall of the chateau, a space that managed to be both grand enough to accommodate the entire student body and intimate enough to feel welcoming rather than intimidating. The architecture itself seemed designed to encourage both individual contemplation and collaborative discussion, with high ceilings that provided acoustic clarity for formal presentations and smaller alcoves where students could gather for informal study groups and social interaction. Madame Olympe Maxime's presence commanded immediate attention, not through intimidation or artificial authority, but through the natural dignity of someone whose intellectual achievements and institutional leadership had earned genuine respect from students and faculty alike. Her introduction to the new students emphasized the academic opportunities and personal responsibilities that came with membership in the Beauxbatons community, striking a balance between high expectations and supportive guidance that suggested an educational philosophy focused on developing students' capabilities rather than simply demanding compliance with institutional rules. Her personal welcome to Harry and Hermione acknowledged their unusual circumstances and exceptional preparation, while making it clear that their academic achievements had earned them full membership in the Beauxbatons community, based on merit rather than celebrity or special consideration. The message was both encouraging and appropriately challenging, emphasizing that their admission was the beginning of their academic journey, rather than an achievement that would protect them from future expectations and responsibilities. The tour of Beauxbatons facilities that followed the welcome ceremony revealed the extent to which the institution had been designed to support serious academic work across multiple magical disciplines. The libraries contained collections that reflected centuries of international magical scholarship, with materials in dozens of languages and theoretical frameworks that represented the full diversity of European magical thought and practice. The laboratory spaces were equipped with instruments and materials that would have been impressive at university research institutions, reflecting the school's commitment to original research and experimental learning rather than simple reproduction of established techniques and procedures. Students were clearly expected to contribute to the advancement of magical knowledge rather than simply absorbing information that others had discovered and documented. Most impressive of all were the collaborative study spaces that had been specifically designed to facilitate the kind of international cooperation that formed the core of Beauxbatons' educational philosophy. Students from different countries and magical traditions worked together on research projects that required multiple perspectives and approaches, creating natural opportunities for cross-cultural learning that extended far beyond formal curriculum requirements. Harry's assignment to living quarters reflected the same attention to both individual needs and collaborative opportunities that characterized the rest of the institution. He would be sharing a suite with students from 3 other countries, all of whom had demonstrated exceptional academic preparation and commitment to international magical cooperation. His roommates included a young wizard from Italy whose expertise in magical history complemented Harry's interests in practical applications, a student from the Netherlands whose mathematical approach to magical theory aligned well with Hermione's arithmetic research, and a scholarship recipient from Portugal whose background in magical linguistics would prove invaluable for their collaborative projects. Hermione's living arrangements were equally well considered, placing her with young witches whose academic interests and personal backgrounds created natural opportunities for intellectual partnership and cross-cultural friendship. Her roommates represented the kind of international scholarly community that she had been hoping to join when she first began researching alternatives to Hogwarts, students whose commitment to academic excellence was matched by their enthusiasm for learning from peers with different perspectives and experiences. The first formal meal at Beauxbatons provided Harry's introduction to the wood nymphs, whose serenades had been mentioned in the research materials he had studied during his preparation. The musical accompaniment to dining proved to be both more beautiful and more educationally valuable than he had anticipated, with melodies that seemed to enhance concentration and facilitate the kind of relaxed conversation that allowed students to process and integrate the information they were absorbing in their formal studies. The food itself reflected the international character of the student body, with dishes that represented culinary traditions from throughout Europe, while maintaining the nutritional quality necessary to support the intense intellectual work that formed the core of the Beauxbatons experience. The contrast with the heavy traditional British fare that Hagrid had described at Hogwarts was striking, suggesting attention to student welfare that extended beyond academic concerns to encompass physical health and cultural appreciation. The conversations that took place during the meal revealed the sophisticated level of academic discourse that was apparently normal among Beauxbatons students. Harry found himself discussing theoretical approaches to defensive magic with students whose knowledge and analytical capabilities matched or exceeded his own, despite their youth, while also learning about magical traditions and practices that he had never encountered during his research into British magical culture. The evening's program included presentations by faculty members who outlined the academic expectations and opportunities that would characterize the coming semester. The approach was notably different from what Harry understood to be typical at Hogwarts, with emphasis on independent research, collaborative projects, and original contributions to magical scholarship rather than simple mastery of prescribed curriculum materials. Students were expected to choose areas of specialization based on their individual interests and career goals, rather than being assigned to arbitrary house divisions that might or might not align with their academic priorities. The flexibility and personalization that this system allowed appealed strongly to Harry, whose educational goals had been shaped by months of independent research and collaborative work with Hermione, rather than institutional guidance or traditional expectations. The dormitory conversations that followed the formal program provided Harry's first real insight into the social dynamics of Beauxbatons student life. His roommates approached academic achievement as a collaborative endeavor rather than a competitive struggle, sharing research techniques and theoretical insights in ways that strengthened everyone's understanding while also advancing their individual projects and interests. The atmosphere was simultaneously more intellectually demanding and more personally supportive than anything Harry had experienced during his years in British primary education. Students expected each other to maintain high academic standards, while also providing assistance and encouragement when classmates encountered difficulties or challenges. The combination created an environment where academic excellence was both achievable and sustainable for students who were committed to serious scholarship. Most importantly for Harry's long-term goals, the conversations revealed that Beauxbatons students frequently maintained their international connections after graduation, creating professional networks that spanned multiple countries and magical traditions. Graduates often pursued advanced study or research positions in institutions throughout Europe and beyond, taking advantage of the international perspective and collaborative skills they had developed during their time at the school. The prospect of joining such a network of international magical scholars appealed strongly to Harry, whose experiences over the past year had taught him to value academic freedom and cross-cultural cooperation over the kind of insular nationalism that seemed to characterize British magical society. His decision to attend Beauxbatons was looking more prescient with each new insight into the opportunities that international magical education could provide. As he settled into his new sleeping quarters on his first night at Beauxbatons Academy, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs in Little Whinging to a chateau in the French Pyrenees, where he was surrounded by some of the most academically gifted young witches and wizards in Europe. The transformation seemed almost impossible to believe, except that he had experienced every step of the process personally and understood exactly how his choices and actions had led to this remarkable outcome. The letters from Britain that had been forwarding to him through the international postal system revealed the ongoing controversy that his educational choice had created within British magical society. Some correspondents expressed admiration for his courage and independence, while others criticized his rejection of traditional British magical education as evidence of dangerous foreign influence and insufficient loyalty to his homeland. Most interesting were the letters from other young British witches and wizards who were now questioning their own educational arrangements and researching international alternatives based on the precedent that Harry's legal victory had established. His individual decision to pursue academic excellence rather than accepting institutional convenience was apparently inspiring broader examination of educational quality and student rights throughout British magical society. The knowledge that his personal choices were influencing positive changes for other students provided additional confirmation that his decision to challenge educational authority had been morally as well as academically justified. He had not only secured superior educational opportunities for himself and Hermione, but had also created pathways for other young people to pursue academic excellence, rather than settling for whatever arrangements others made for their convenience. The controversy was also reaching international magical communities, where Harry's case was being discussed as an example of successful resistance to educational nationalism and governmental overreach. Magical education reformers throughout Europe were citing his legal victory as precedent for challenging restrictions on student choice and academic freedom that had previously been accepted as unchangeable aspects of traditional magical education systems. As he drifted off to sleep in his comfortable new quarters, surrounded by the sounds of international students pursuing their own academic dreams, Harry Potter understood that his revolution in magical education had achieved its first major objectives, while also creating momentum for broader reforms that would benefit countless other young witches and wizards who refused to accept educational limitations imposed by institutional tradition and governmental convenience. The boy who had once been told that his options were limited by his circumstances and background had proven that such limitations existed primarily in the assumptions of adults who preferred compliance to excellence and tradition to innovation. His journey to Beauxbatons represented not just a personal educational choice, but a demonstration that young people possessed both the right and the ability to shape their own futures when given access to information and freedom to pursue their interests rather than accepting whatever arrangements others found convenient to impose. Tomorrow would bring his first formal classes at the finest magical school in Europe, the beginning of an educational experience that would challenge his intellectual capabilities while also providing him with the tools and knowledge necessary to contribute meaningfully to the advancement of magical scholarship and international cooperation. The revolution in magical education that had started with one boy's refusal to be grateful for inadequate opportunities had successfully established new standards for academic excellence and student agency that would influence magical education policy for generations to come. The first month of academic life at Beauxbatons Academy revealed to Harry Potter depths of magical education that his extensive preparation had only begun to anticipate. Where his independent research with Hermione had provided him with theoretical frameworks and linguistic skills, the structured learning environment of the chateau offered opportunities to apply that knowledge under the guidance of some of Europe's most accomplished magical scholars, while also exposing him to entirely new approaches to magical theory and practice that had never appeared in any of the texts he had studied during his preparation. Professor Dubois, who taught advanced transfiguration theory, approached the subject with a mathematical precision that complemented Hermione's arithmetic research, while also revealing the elegant underlying principles that governed magical transformation at the most fundamental levels. His classes were conducted entirely in French, naturally, but with a complexity of vocabulary and conceptual framework that challenged even students whose French was their native language. Harry found himself thriving in this academically demanding environment in ways that surprised even him. The months of intensive language study with Hermione had given him not just functional fluency, but genuine comfort with expressing sophisticated ideas in French, allowing him to participate fully in classroom discussions and collaborative projects without the linguistic barriers that might have limited his academic performance. More importantly, the theoretical foundations he had developed through his independent study of elemental magic and ecological magical theory provided him with analytical tools that proved remarkably applicable to the advanced coursework at Beauxbatons, where students who had received conventional magical education often struggled to understand the underlying principles that connected different magical disciplines. Harry's self-directed research had given him exactly the kind of theoretical flexibility that Beauxbatons faculty valued most highly. Professor Dubois noticed Harry's unusual theoretical background during their third class session, when Harry offered an analysis of transfiguration energy requirements that drew connections between elemental theory, arithmetic calculations, and ecological magical principles in ways that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of magical theory as an integrated system rather than a collection of separate subjects. Monsieur Potter, Professor Dubois said after class, approaching Harry with the kind of intellectual curiosity that suggested genuine interest rather than mere politeness. Your approach to magical theory suggests preparation that goes well beyond what we typically see from students beginning their formal magical education. Would you be willing to share some insights about your research methodology with students who are struggling to make connections between different theoretical frameworks? The request was both flattering and challenging. Harry had never considered himself qualified to teach other students, but Professor Dubois was suggesting that his unconventional preparation had given him perspectives that could benefit classmates who had received more traditional magical education, but lacked the theoretical integration that his independent study had fostered. The tutoring sessions that resulted from Professor Dubois' suggestion proved to be one of the most rewarding aspects of Harry's Beauxbatons experience. Working with students from across Europe who were struggling to understand the connections between different magical disciplines, Harry discovered that his ability to explain complex theoretical relationships in multiple languages and frameworks was not just personally satisfying, but also educationally valuable for his peers. His tutoring partners included Maria Santos from Portugal, whose expertise in magical linguistics was helping Harry understand how language structure influenced magical effectiveness, and Klaus Hoffmann from Germany, whose historical research into ancient magical practices provided context for understanding why certain theoretical approaches had developed in specific cultural and geographical regions. The collaborative learning that emerged from these tutoring relationships exemplified the kind of international academic cooperation that formed the core of Beauxbatons educational philosophy. Students from different countries and magical traditions were not just learning from faculty members, but also teaching each other, creating networks of intellectual exchange that would continue long after they graduated and pursued their individual career paths. Hermione's integration into Beauxbatons academic life proved equally successful, though her path focused more heavily on the mathematical and analytical aspects of magical theory that aligned with her natural intellectual strengths. Professor Leclerc, who taught advanced arithmancy and numerical magic, recognized her exceptional preparation almost immediately and invited her to participate in a research project that was typically reserved for students in their final years of study. The project involved developing mathematical models for predicting the long-term effects of large-scale magical interventions on natural magical ecosystems, work that required not only advanced mathematical skills, but also sophisticated understanding of magical ecology and international magical law. Hermione's preparation had given her exactly the combination of technical expertise and theoretical knowledge necessary to contribute meaningfully to research that was being conducted in collaboration with magical institutions throughout Europe. Her participation in graduate-level research during her first semester at Beauxbatons attracted attention from magical scholars in multiple countries who were impressed by the quality of her analytical work and her ability to collaborate effectively with researchers whose native languages and cultural backgrounds differed significantly from her own. The international recognition she began receiving for her contributions to magical mathematical theory validated her decision to pursue education at an institution that valued academic excellence over geographical convenience or institutional tradition. The social integration that accompanied their academic success proved to be equally rewarding for both Harry and Hermione. The international character of the Beauxbatons student body created natural opportunities for cross-cultural friendship and collaboration that neither had experienced during their years in British primary education, where cultural diversity had been limited and academic excellence had often been viewed with suspicion rather than celebrated. Harry's roommate from Italy, Alessandro Benedetti, shared his passion for understanding the theoretical foundations of practical magic, leading to late-night discussions about the relationship between classical magical theory and modern magical applications that often attracted other students from their residential hall. These informal study sessions frequently evolved into collaborative research projects that crossed traditional disciplinary boundaries and incorporated perspectives from multiple magical traditions. Hermione developed an equally strong friendship with her roommate from the Netherlands, Ingrid van der Berg, whose background in magical engineering provided practical applications for the theoretical models that Hermione was developing in her arithmancy research. Their collaboration produced several papers on magical efficiency optimization that were accepted for publication in academic journals typically reserved for graduate students and professional researchers. The ease with which both Harry and Hermione formed meaningful intellectual partnerships with students from other countries reinforced their conviction that their decision to pursue international education had been not only academically sound, but personally enriching in ways that staying within British magical society could never have provided. The friendships they were developing were based on shared intellectual interests and academic goals, rather than geographical proximity or cultural similarity, creating bonds that transcended national boundaries and traditional social divisions. The first Beauxbatons ball, which took place in late February, provided Harry and Hermione with their introduction to French magical social customs and their first opportunity to experience the cultural aspects of international magical education. The event was conducted with the same attention to educational value that characterized all aspects of Beauxbatons programming, serving as both social celebration and cultural learning experience that introduced students to protocols and traditions that would be valuable in their future professional interactions. The preparation for the ball involved classes in international magical etiquette, traditional European magical dances, and the cultural significance of formal social events in different magical communities. Harry found himself learning not just practical skills like formal dancing and conversational protocols, but also theoretical knowledge about how social customs reflected underlying values and assumptions about magical society in different cultural contexts. The ball itself was conducted in a mixture of languages that reflected the international character of the student body, with formal presentations in French, informal conversations in whatever languages participants preferred, and musical accompaniment that drew from magical traditions throughout Europe. The result was a cultural celebration that honored diversity, while also creating shared experiences that built community among students from vastly different backgrounds. Harry's participation in the dancing, while initially awkward due to his complete lack of previous experience with formal social events, proved to be unexpectedly enjoyable once he relaxed and focused on learning from his more experienced classmates. His partners included students from multiple countries who were patient with his inexperience, while also helping him understand the social dynamics and cultural expectations that governed formal magical gatherings. Most importantly, the ball provided opportunities for informal conversations with students and faculty members that revealed aspects of magical scholarship and international cooperation that were not covered in formal coursework. Harry learned about research opportunities, career paths, and professional networks that existed within the European magical community, information that would prove invaluable in planning his future academic and professional development. The letters that continued to arrive from Britain throughout the spring semester provided ongoing updates on the continuing impact of Harry's educational choice on British magical society. The controversy had evolved from initial criticism of his rejection of Hogwarts to broader examination of educational quality and student rights that was influencing policy discussions throughout British magical government and educational institutions. Several other British magical families had followed Harry's example by researching international educational alternatives for their children, leading to a small but significant exodus of academically ambitious students from Hogwarts to schools throughout Europe. The trend was creating pressure on British magical education authorities to improve their academic standards and student support services in order to remain competitive with international alternatives. More significantly, the legal precedents established by Harry's case were being cited in other disputes about educational authority and student rights, creating a broader movement toward recognition of young witches and wizards as individuals with legitimate interests and preferences, rather than simply as institutional resources to be allocated according to governmental and educational convenience. Neville Longbottom's letters were particularly revealing about the changes taking place within Hogwarts itself. According to his accounts, the exodus of academically ambitious students had forced faculty members to acknowledge deficiencies in their educational programming that had previously been ignored or dismissed. New courses were being offered, research opportunities were being expanded, and students were being given more choice in their academic programming in direct response to competition from international alternatives. The improvements were still limited compared to what Harry was experiencing at Beauxbatons, but they represented meaningful progress toward educational systems that served student interests rather than simply maintaining institutional traditions. Harry's individual decision to pursue academic excellence had contributed to improvements that would benefit other British magical students for generations to come, even those who chose to remain within British educational institutions. The spring semester also brought Harry's first extended research project, conducted under the supervision of Professor Beaumont, who specialized in the intersection between practical magic and theoretical innovation. The project involved analyzing the effectiveness of different approaches to defensive magic in international magical law enforcement, work that drew on Harry's theoretical background while also providing practical applications that connected to his long-term interests in contributing to magical security and international cooperation. The research required collaboration with magical law enforcement agencies in multiple countries, providing Harry with his first direct experience of professional magical work and international institutional cooperation. The contacts he developed during this research would prove valuable throughout his career, but more immediately, they demonstrated that his academic preparation at Beauxbatons was creating opportunities for meaningful professional contribution that went far beyond what would have been possible if he had remained within British magical educational systems. Professor Beaumont's evaluation of Harry's research praised not only the quality of his analytical work, but also his ability to collaborate effectively with professional magical authorities from different cultural and institutional backgrounds. The combination of technical expertise and international perspective that he was developing at Beauxbatons was exactly the kind of preparation that magical organizations throughout Europe sought in their most promising young recruits. Hermione's parallel research project, supervised by Professor Leclerc, focused on developing mathematical models for optimizing magical energy distribution in large-scale protective ward systems. Her work was being conducted in collaboration with magical defense researchers from the French Ministry of Magic and several other European magical governments, providing her with professional experience and institutional connections that would support her career development, regardless of which specific path she chose to pursue after graduation. The recognition that both Harry and Hermione were receiving for their research contributions validated their decision to choose educational institutions based on academic merit rather than geographical convenience or traditional expectations. They were not only receiving superior education, but also developing professional capabilities and networks that positioned them for leadership roles in international magical cooperation and scholarly advancement. As the academic year approached its conclusion, Harry reflected on the extraordinary transformation that his refusal to accept educational limitations had produced. He had gone from being a neglected child with no knowledge of magical society to being a recognized contributor to international magical research, whose academic achievements were attracting attention from magical institutions throughout Europe. More importantly, he had discovered that his decision to challenge educational authority and pursue academic excellence rather than institutional compliance had been not just personally rewarding, but socially beneficial, inspiring other young witches and wizards to examine their own educational opportunities, while also forcing improvements in magical education systems that would benefit countless other students. The boy who had once been told that his options were limited by his circumstances and background had proven that such limitations existed primarily in the assumptions of adults who preferred tradition to innovation and compliance to excellence. His journey to Beauxbatons had demonstrated that young people possessed both the right and the ability to shape their own futures when given access to information and freedom to pursue their interests, rather than accepting whatever arrangements others found convenient to impose. The summer break would provide opportunities for additional research and international travel that would further expand his understanding of European magical communities and their approaches to education, scholarship, and international cooperation. But already, after just one academic year at Beauxbatons, Harry understood that his decision to pursue educational independence had opened pathways to personal and professional achievement that would have been impossible if he had simply accepted the limitations that others had attempted to impose upon him. The letters from Hogwarts students revealed growing admiration for his courage and academic achievements, while also expressing regret that they had not known about international educational alternatives when making their own decisions about magical education. The information that Harry had shared about Beauxbatons and other European magical schools was inspiring other young people to research their options and demand better educational opportunities from their families and governments. The revolution in magical education that had begun with one boy's refusal to be grateful for inadequate opportunities had grown into an international movement toward recognition of student rights and educational excellence that was transforming magical education policy throughout Europe. Harry's individual choice had become a catalyst for broader social change that would benefit magical students for generations to come. As he prepared for his second year at Beauxbatons Academy, Harry Potter understood that his greatest achievements lay not in the fame and recognition he had never sought, but in the demonstration that young people could create their own opportunities when they refused to accept limitations imposed by other people's assumptions about what they deserved. The boy who had demanded the right to choose his own educational path had proven that such choices could lead to excellence that benefited not only the individual, but the entire magical community that was enriched by international cooperation and academic innovation rather than limited by nationalism and institutional tradition. The nightmares began during Harry's second semester at Beauxbatons, arriving with an intensity and clarity that distinguished them immediately from ordinary dreams or academic stress. Unlike the vague anxieties and confused imagery that had occasionally troubled his sleep during his months of intensive preparation for international magical education, these dreams carried the sharp-edged reality of genuine magical phenomena that demanded serious attention rather than simple psychological interpretation. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday night in late March, when Harry found himself experiencing what felt like direct observation of events taking place in locations he had never visited, involving magical activities that he understood with disturbing clarity, despite having no previous exposure to the specific techniques being employed. The dream featured a tall, pale figure, with red eyes, conducting rituals in a graveyard setting that radiated malevolence so intense that Harry woke with physical symptoms of magical exposure that persisted for hours after consciousness returned. The magical sensitivity that Harry had been developing through his advanced coursework at Beauxbatons allowed him to recognize immediately that these experiences were not products of his imagination or subconscious fears, but rather manifestations of actual magical connections that operated independently of his conscious will or desire. The theoretical frameworks he had been studying provided him with analytical tools for understanding magical phenomena that would have been unavailable to students who had received more conventional magical education, giving him insights into his unusual experiences that proved both illuminating and deeply troubling. Professor Beaumont, whose expertise in defensive magic and international magical law enforcement had made him one of Harry's most trusted mentors at Beauxbatons, immediately recognized the significance of Harry's carefully documented accounts of these magical dreams. The precision with which Harry could describe complex magical procedures and geographical details that he had never encountered during his waking hours suggested magical connections that went far beyond normal dream experiences or psychic sensitivity. More concerning still was the apparent increase in frequency and intensity of these experiences as spring progressed into summer, suggesting that whatever magical phenomena were creating Harry's unusual dreams were themselves growing stronger or more active in ways that demanded immediate investigation and appropriate protective measures. Professor Beaumont's initial consultation with other Beauxbatons faculty members revealed that Harry's experiences corresponded to warning signs of magical conflicts that magical law enforcement agencies throughout Europe were beginning to monitor with increasing concern. Madame Maxime's involvement in analyzing Harry's situation brought resources and expertise that extended far beyond what any individual faculty member could provide, drawing upon centuries of institutional experience with unusual magical phenomena and access to research materials that were restricted to the most prestigious magical institutions. Her investigation into Harry's background and the magical connections that might explain his experiences revealed information that had been carefully concealed from both British magical authorities and international magical communities. The consultation with ancient magical texts preserved in Beauxbatons' restricted archives, conducted under Madame Maxime's direct supervision and with assistance from Professor Moreau, the school's leading expert in theoretical magical history, uncovered references to prophecies and magical bindings that had been deliberately obscured in more accessible historical sources. These materials suggested that Harry's connection to dark magical forces was not simply a consequence of his survival of the killing curse, but rather the result of specific magical manipulations that had been imposed upon him without his knowledge or consent. Most significantly, the research revealed that prophecies involving magical children were often subject to artificial maintenance and manipulation by adults who sought to control their fulfillment according to their own political and institutional interests, rather than allowing natural magical forces to operate according to their inherent patterns. The implication was that Harry's connection to whatever dark wizard had murdered his parents might have been deliberately strengthened and maintained by people who preferred predictable magical conflicts to the uncertainty of allowing young wizards to develop their capabilities independently. Professor Moreau's analysis of the historical precedents for prophecy manipulation revealed a disturbing pattern of institutional authorities using prophetic connections to justify controlling young witches and wizards whose natural development might otherwise lead them to challenge existing power structures and social arrangements. The magical techniques involved were sophisticated and difficult to detect, but they left characteristic traces that could be identified by researchers with appropriate expertise and access to relevant historical materials. The examination of Harry's magical signature using detection methods developed by French magical researchers, techniques that were more advanced than anything available to British magical authorities, confirmed the presence of artificial magical bindings that had been imposed sometime during his early childhood. These bindings appeared designed to maintain and strengthen his connection to dark magical forces, while also limiting his access to protective magical heritage that should have been available to him as a member of an ancient magical family. More troubling still was the discovery that these artificial bindings were actively preventing Harry from accessing magical protections and capabilities that his mother had specifically developed and implemented for his benefit. Lily Potter's research into defensive magic had included innovative techniques for protecting magical children from external magical influence and manipulation, but these protections had been systematically suppressed by the same magical authorities who had arranged Harry's placement with non-magical relatives. Hermione's involvement in researching the magical theory underlying prophecy manipulation proved crucial to understanding both the techniques that had been used against Harry and the methods that might be employed to counteract their effects. Her mathematical approach to magical analysis provided tools for quantifying and modeling the magical energies involved in prophetic connections, revealing patterns that purely qualitative analysis might have missed. Her collaboration with Professor Leclerc on developing arithmetic models for magical binding detection and removal represented groundbreaking research that would prove valuable for protecting other magical children from similar manipulation, while also providing Harry with specific techniques for reclaiming his magical independence from artificial prophetic connections. The work required unprecedented cooperation between theoretical magical mathematics and practical defensive magic that demonstrated exactly the kind of innovative scholarship that Beauxbatons was designed to foster. The international network of magical scholars that Beauxbatons maintained provided access to expertise and resources from throughout Europe and beyond, allowing Harry's case to be examined by researchers whose knowledge of prophecy magic and artificial binding techniques exceeded what was available within any single national magical community. The collaborative investigation that resulted from this international cooperation revealed the full extent of the magical manipulation that Harry had been subjected to and the broader implications for other young witches and wizards who might be facing similar circumstances. Dr. Konstantin Volkov from the Moscow Institute for Advanced Magical Theory contributed expertise in magical binding analysis that had been developed through centuries of Russian research into protective magic and magical independence. His examination of Harry's magical signature revealed layers of artificial influence that extended far beyond what the French researchers had initially detected, suggesting systematic and prolonged magical manipulation that had begun during Harry's infancy and continued throughout his childhood. Professor Elena Rodriguez from the Barcelona Academy for International Magical Cooperation provided historical analysis of prophecy manipulation cases throughout European magical history, documenting patterns of institutional control and student exploitation that revealed Harry's situation as part of a broader problem affecting magical education and child welfare throughout the magical world. Her research demonstrated that Harry's case was not unique, but rather representative of systematic problems that required international attention and coordinated response. The most significant revelation emerged from the collaborative analysis conducted by this international team of magical scholars. The prophecy that supposedly bound Harry to conflict with the dark wizard who had murdered his parents was not a natural magical phenomenon, but rather an artificially created and maintained magical construct designed to ensure that Harry would develop specific capabilities and motivations that served institutional interests rather than his own welfare and development. The implications of this discovery were staggering, not only for Harry personally, but for the broader understanding of how prophecies operated within magical society, and how institutional authorities used prophetic claims to justify controlling young people's lives and choices. If Harry's prophetic connection was artificial, then other supposedly inevitable magical conflicts might also be products of manipulation rather than natural magical forces. The research into Harry's mother's academic work, preserved in French magical archives that had maintained her correspondence with Beauxbatons faculty members, revealed that Lily Potter had suspected the artificial nature of prophetic manipulation affecting her son and had been developing techniques for detecting and counteracting such influences when she was murdered. Her research notes, which had been preserved by French scholars who recognized their theoretical significance, provided crucial insights into both the methods used to create artificial prophetic bindings and the techniques that could be employed to dissolve them. Most remarkably, Lily Potter's defensive magic research had included specific protections designed to shield Harry from exactly the kind of prophetic manipulation that the international research team had discovered he was experiencing. These protections had been successfully implemented before her death, but they had been systematically suppressed by the same magical authorities who had arranged for Harry to be raised in ignorance of his magical heritage and legal rights. The process of removing the artificial magical bindings that had been imposed upon Harry proved to be as complex and demanding as their initial detection and analysis, requiring careful coordination between multiple magical disciplines and constant monitoring to ensure that the removal techniques did not cause unintended consequences or leave Harry vulnerable to other forms of magical influence. The procedure took place over several weeks during the summer break, conducted at Beauxbatons, under the supervision of the international research team that had been assembled to address his case. The immediate effects of removing the artificial bindings were dramatic and overwhelmingly positive, revealing the extent to which Harry's natural magical development had been suppressed and distorted by the manipulative influences that had been imposed upon him. His magical sensitivity increased significantly, but in ways that felt natural and controllable rather than overwhelming or dangerous. His access to family magical heritage that had been blocked by the artificial bindings was restored, providing him with protective capabilities and magical knowledge that represented his true inheritance from both of his parents. Most importantly, the removal of the prophetic manipulation freed Harry from the artificial compulsion to seek conflict with dark magical forces, allowing him to make genuinely independent decisions about his future involvement in magical conflicts based on his own moral convictions and strategic assessment, rather than magical coercion designed to serve other people's political interests. The discovery that Sirius Black's imprisonment was based on fabricated evidence rather than genuine magical investigation proved to be another crucial piece of the systematic deception that had surrounded Harry's childhood and magical education. The same institutional authorities who had maintained artificial prophetic bindings had also suppressed exonerating evidence that would have provided Harry with legitimate magical guardianship and protection from the manipulative influences that had shaped his early development. The international magical legal cooperation that had been established during Harry's educational freedom case proved invaluable for securing Sirius Black's release and establishing his legal rights as Harry's legitimate magical guardian. The French magical legal system's recognition of international magical law provided mechanisms for challenging British magical legal decisions that had been based on procedural violations and evidence suppression, creating opportunities for correcting injustices that British magical authorities had preferred to ignore. Sirius Black's freedom and reunion with Harry provided not only personal satisfaction, but also crucial information about the magical and political forces that had been manipulating Harry's life from infancy. Sirius's knowledge of the Potter family's magical heritage and legal rights, combined with his understanding of the political motivations that had led to his false imprisonment, helped Harry understand the full scope of the institutional conspiracy that had shaped his childhood experiences. The revelation that Peter Pettigrew, the true betrayer of Harry's parents, had been living as an unregistered animagus, while Sirius suffered in Azkaban for crimes he had not committed, provided concrete evidence of the systematic corruption within British magical law enforcement that had made the manipulation of Harry's childhood possible. The international magical cooperation that secured Pettigrew's capture and Sirius's exoneration demonstrated the effectiveness of the legal frameworks that Harry's educational choice had helped to establish and strengthen. As the summer concluded and Harry prepared to return to Beauxbatons for his second year, the transformation in his circumstances and understanding was complete and irreversible. He had gone from being a victim of systematic magical manipulation to being a free agent capable of making genuinely independent decisions about his magical education and future career. More importantly, his case had exposed institutional problems that affected magical children throughout Europe and had contributed to international legal reforms that would protect other young witches and wizards from similar manipulation. The research that had been conducted to understand and address Harry's situation had also produced significant advances in magical theory and protective magic that would benefit magical communities throughout the world. The international cooperation that had been necessary to solve his case had strengthened relationships between magical institutions and governments in ways that would support future collaborative efforts to protect magical children and advance magical scholarship. Hermione's parallel development during this period had been equally remarkable, though following different paths that reflected her individual interests and capabilities. Her mathematical analysis of magical manipulation techniques had attracted attention from magical research institutions throughout Europe, leading to opportunities for advanced study and research collaboration that would shape her future career in international magical cooperation and educational reform. Her relationship with Harry had evolved from academic partnership to something deeper and more complex, based on shared experiences of challenging institutional authority and achieving academic excellence through collaborative effort and mutual support. Their connection represented not only personal affection, but also a model for the kind of international magical cooperation that was transforming magical education and scholarly advancement throughout Europe. As they prepared to begin their second year at Beauxbatons, both Harry and Hermione understood that their individual choices to pursue educational independence had contributed to broader social changes that would influence magical education and child welfare for generations to come. Their refusal to accept limitations imposed by institutional tradition and governmental convenience had created opportunities and protections for other young people, while also advancing magical knowledge and international cooperation in ways that benefited entire magical communities. The boy who had once been told that his fate was determined by ancient prophecies and institutional arrangements beyond his control had discovered that such limitations existed primarily in the assumptions of adults who preferred compliance to independence and tradition to innovation. His journey to understanding and reclaiming his genuine magical heritage had proven that young people possessed both the right and the ability to shape their own futures when given access to accurate information and freedom to pursue their interests rather than accepting whatever arrangements others found convenient to impose. The revolution in magical education that had begun with one child's refusal to be grateful for inadequate opportunities had evolved into a comprehensive transformation of how magical society understood the rights and capabilities of young witches and wizards. The precedents established by Harry's case would protect other students from manipulation and control, while also ensuring that magical education served individual development and scholarly advancement, rather than simply maintaining institutional convenience and political stability. The prophetic connection that had supposedly bound Harry to conflict with dark forces had been revealed as artificial manipulation designed to serve institutional interests rather than magical truth. But his genuine commitment to protecting magical communities from harm remained strong and freely chosen. The difference between artificial compulsion and moral conviction would guide his future decisions about involvement in magical conflicts, ensuring that his actions served justice and community welfare rather than other people's political agendas. Harry Potter had finally claimed his true magical heritage and educational freedom, but more importantly, he had demonstrated that such freedom was possible for other young people who refused to accept limitations imposed by adults who preferred control to excellence and tradition to innovation. The boy who had demanded the right to choose his own educational path had become a catalyst for social change that would benefit magical communities throughout the world.